just about there. We are just about there. I just forgot. Ah, that's nothing like a close-up there, huh? Yikes, sorry about that. Okay, maybe we can see it here. Hang tight. That's part 2. Oh, part 1, there we go. There we go. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Come on. It says it's waiting for me. Well, I'm here. I'm here. Can you guys see me? Am I here? Am I here? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure I'm here. I'm pretty sure we're here. Come on, lol, YouTube. I think we're here. I'm here. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hello, my friends. Ooh.
You're working at it.
Thank you. What are you doing? Now it wants me to take a survey. Ah. Hello, friends. Oh my goodness. Okay, hang tight. Hang tight. You know, there's just lots to do here. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to get organized and ready, and oh my goodness. So let me change one more thing. Hang on. Better? Oh, I think that's way better. So do you know what I just did? You know what I just did? I just cleaned off the front-facing camera on my phone. So you know when you talk on your phone like this and you get all kinds of makeup and oils and things? Well, that's on your camera. And that's on my front-facing camera. So it's always a good idea to clean off your front-facing camera, the screen, right? Especially right up there where the little camera is kind of recording, and then the back side too, okay? So if you were doing a selfie and it looks really blurry, that's probably why. Clean that off. Oh my goodness, Nick. Yeah, Nick, always the comedian. Nick said I was up most of the night getting ready for today, and that's what he typed, not me, because you know, right? It's all Nick. He does it all, right? He does it all. Oh, we have to have fun with that, don't we? Oh my goodness, friends, hello. Happy International Scrapbook Day. That's exciting, right? We have our own holiday. We have our own holiday, which is so cool. So we have a big day ahead of us, a full day, lots of things to do and play and have fun. So we'll talk about the schedule in a minute. Let me introduce myself first, and then we're gonna jump to the chat and see who's here. And then we'll kind of talk about the plan for today. And then we'll talk about a few things related to like what today is all about. Because it's all about us, right? It's all about us. And when I say us, I mean me, I mean you guys. It's all about those of us who do the memory keeping in our families, right? The storytelling, the memory keeping. So loads of fun things to talk about and share today. Let me introduce myself first of all. My name is Layle Konkar. If we have not met before, I have a business called Layle by Mail. I do lots of traveling and teaching, but since the pandemic and during the pandemic, start of the pandemic, I've been doing a ton of things on YouTube. And that's where our Saturday creative listing sessions started. So 4 years ago, a little bit more than 4 years ago here on my YouTube channel. So it's something that we still do. Whenever I am not traveling and I'm in town, we are here on Saturday mornings at 9 a.m. Pacific time, and we're doing what I like to call creative listing. So creative listing. If you're new, we're going to talk about that in a minute, so hang tight. I will be hopefully not losing anything today. I will be using a lot of different products today. You'll find those, most of them, if not all, on my website at laylebymail.com. So there you'll see a lot of things linked in the description box of the video down below. Kind of the biggest bang for your buck link is the one that says what I'm using. That will take you to a page on my website that will show you what I'm using in today's session. Now, that changes every week. So if you're watching this 2 months from now, then you'll just see what I'm using that week. All right. So that's a quick little recap of who I am and what we do here on Saturday morning. So welcome to you. There's a live chat that takes place. I see that over on the right-hand side of my screen, but I've got to look here instead of here, over there to see it. But I would love it if you would pop in the chat, pop in and say hello, hello. I will be doing, since it's a big celebration today, we'll have lots of giveaways today. There will be some that are after party giveaways. I call them the after party. That means anyone can participate. You did not have to be here live to participate in those giveaways. The way that you participate in those is you leave a comment on the video when it's over. So not in the chat, when it's over. That's the after party. So anyone can participate in those. You'll just leave a comment on the video when it's over. There's 2 videos today. So I added them up, 20 some odd giveaways today. So lots of fun things. But because it's a big celebration, we'll also be doing live giveaways. And the way that I do those is in the chat. So that encourages you to hop in and say hello. I'll always give you a heads up a couple of minutes before I'm going to do a live giveaway. And that's when the chat usually explodes because as soon as I say I'm going to do a live giveaway, then you start commenting in the chat, and then I stop and I just scroll up, and wherever my finger stops, that's the person that wins. So lots of fun things happening here today. So let me say hello. Actually, before I say hello to you guys, I want to welcome some of you back, okay? Because I know generally what happens, life goes on, but there's usually a couple times a year where some of you just pop in and say hello or come back for a bit. And that is March, because that's when I do my big anniversary celebration, and then that's also today, International Scrapbook Day. So if you have not been here for a while, welcome back to you. It's always fun to have you here. Now let's see who's here. In the chat, and I know I'm going to miss a whole bunch of things in the chat. So if there is something that you really want me to see, put it in all uppercase, and then I have a better chance of seeing it. And that's really once we get going. Once I rotate the cameras and once we get going, then it makes it a little bit easier for me to see. Okay. Let's see. We have Seek in Ireland. Happy NSD. Are you in Ireland? Hello, Deborah. Nice to see you. And Jacqueline. I think, Jacqueline, was it you that emailed me and said this is your first International Scrapbook Day, your first National Scrapbook Day? If so, welcome. We're going to have so much fun today. Hi, Cindy and Martine from the Netherlands. Hello. Good morning, Joe from San Diego. She said she can't believe it. She caught a live. I love it. Nick said last minute preparation. I really came up with some great lists today. I keep saying I'm going to make him do it one of these days, right? We need to hold him to it, right? Good morning, Deborah. Nice to see you. Deborah, when's the move date? When are you moving? It's getting close, yeah? Next month? June, maybe? Dandy, hello. Sarah Foss and Glorianne. Patricia, good morning. Dina. 111 Renee's from Nashville. Janine, Dawn, good morning from Kentucky. Oh, gosh, Dawn from Kentucky. It is a big day in your world, in your state today, right? Today's the Kentucky Derby, right? God, today's a big day. We have International Scrapbook Day. We have Star Wars Day. May the 4th be with you, right? And then Kentucky Derby Day. So if you can't find a way to celebrate today, then I don't know what to tell you, right? But you're here, so you're celebrating this. Julianne, hello from Nova Scotia. Marilee, good morning. Shanna, Tracy's Treasures from Canada. Louisa, Sharon, thank you for the reminder. Sharon reminded us thumbs up button. If you would please hit the thumbs up button, that is the easiest way that you can support a content creator like me. Thumbs up, that helps more than you can imagine. Good morning, Vintage Scrap Girl from Sacramento. Julianne, nice to see you. Louisa, Beverly. Dina, Vintage Scrap Girl, Christine, Julianne, Louisa, said Nick is such a hoot, such a sweet couple. Oh, thanks. Oh my goodness. Crafty Karen, hello from Texas. Hi, Elise. Good morning. Patricia, Ariel from Deep, New Brunswick. I'm sure I mispronounced that. I know I did. Tracy's Treasures, you're here, I'm here, we're all here. Yes, we are. I love it. Thanks for joining me today, friends. You have a lot of different options of where you can be today outside of regular life, right? There's so many great things happening in the scrapbooking, memory keeping community today because it's our day, right? So I appreciate you popping in with me today. Jeanette, good morning. Nice to see you. Scrapbook Sister 70. Welcome. Tabitha. Hi, Tabitha. Rainy and oh my goodness, so many people. Okay, I'm gonna skip because guess what? I could probably stand here for the next hour saying hello, like Julie from the Romper Room. So if you're here and I did not say hello to you, just thank you for being here and hello and welcome. Hi, Beach. Oh, okay, hold on. 28 days. Oh, I love it. All right, Orange County friends. My very dear friend, Deborah, is moving to, what did she say? Laguna Niguel. So she is a wonderful person and I've just met her from our Saturdays. But if you are in that area, reach out, connect, please connect. It's always so fun to, it's so fun to have connections like this virtually, but it's a lot of fun to have connections in person too. So Deborah is Beach Gal and yes, she's awesome. And I know there's lots of awesome OC gals here too. So, Deborah had carpal tunnel surgery. She said the cast on her hand matches my shirt. Oh, Deborah, I hope that's going well. I hope that recovery is going well. Hello, Fiona from the Netherlands. Okay, friends. Jacqueline said she loved the Romper Room. I know, Romper Room, I don't remember if it was filmed in Utah or if Miss Julie was from Utah, but there's a Utah connection somewhere there. Hi, Britta. Nice to see you. Gigi La Eggplant. That's so funny. I love that, Gina. One listing session, maybe 2 months ago. I think that morning I'd read something on social media on how you come up with your nickname, and it was the first two. I don't remember what it was, but mine ended up being La Chowder or something like that. It has the first two syllables of your first name repeated and then what you last ate or something. So Gina was Gigi La Eggplant or La. It was Layle La Chowder, I think was mine, whatever. Anyhow, lots of fun. But that is Gigi La Eggplant. I love that you remember that. Okay, friends, so many fun things going on today. Let's talk about some things before we kind of take a little step back in time. There is a big sale happening on my website today, this weekend at laylebymail.com. When you go to the website, there's a big old banner there. It says National Scrapbook Day has balloons. You can click there to shop. There are lots and lots of really great products and really great deals. Some things that my glasses are dirty. Some things that I brought in for closeout. Just a sec. Oh, please. Oh, please. Some things that I brought in specially for closeout. Some products that have been around for a while. Some products that down to the last one, so they are priced to move. You guys have done a lot of shopping so far, so thank you very much for that. But I will tell you, as of this morning, I think there were still like 300 different products on there. So some great deals to be had. If you want to shop more than once, you can, because the shipping team, the dynamic duo of Lily and Denise, it's part of their process to always double check to make sure that you don't have multiple orders before they ship. So that's just part of the everyday process. So if you want to shop 20 times today, you can. Just know that when you do that, it will charge you shipping every time. But when they go to kind of get your orders ready to roll, they will refund all the shipping charges with the exception of one. All right. So you can shop till your heart's content. The other thing, and we'll take a look at those shortly. The May stamp release was revealed yesterday. So 6 brand new stamps. We're going to take a look at those in depth once I rotate the camera. And then there's also a brand new This Is Us Traveler's Notebook Project Kit. So those are kind of the big things happening this weekend. That sale runs through midnight, Sunday the 5th, 2024. So and truth be told, it really runs through sometime on Monday because then I have to turn everything off. So, and I'm not going to do that at midnight on Sunday. So there we have it. Big sale going on, and we'll kind of talk about that throughout the day. Let's talk about the schedule for today. So the schedule is broken up into 2 different segments, 2 different videos. There's a part 1 that runs from 9 until 1 this morning. There's an hour break in between, and then there's a part 2 that runs from 2 until 6 Pacific time, all Pacific time. I have to kind of do the math in my head because I am Mountain Time. And you might say, well, Layle, that's silly. Why don't you just put everything in Mountain Time? Because you'd be surprised at how many people don't know what Mountain Time is. And that's okay, right? If you don't live in Mountain Time, why would you know? So everything is Pacific time. First session, 9 to 1. Second session, 2 to 6. So that's 8 hours. 8 hours of fun today. Hour break in between. Because there is a break in between, that means there are 2 different links here, okay? So morning session, we will end that, and then you'll come back, another link. You will find that in the email that I sent out. You'll find that on the blog, laylebymail.com in the blog. You'll also see that other separate video here, okay? So if this afternoon you're looking for us and you're here, well, this won't be live because it's a separate session, all right? So that's the plan. We talked about live giveaways. We talked about things like that. All right, let me take a quick look at the chat, and then let's just talk about kind of where this all started and how we all got here, and it'll be fun, trust me. Let's see. Oh, Mom, hi. Hello, Mom. I missed that, so I'm glad somebody said that. Christy, oh my goodness, Christy, you know what, Christy? I'm thinking Christy and Deborah. I'm thinking you guys would both really, really get along. I like that. I like that. I want to encourage you guys to connect, and I If I will remember, I will send an email. I'll send an email and then you guys can take it from there. I don't want to, be the matchmaker. I don't want to push things too hard, but I think that would be I think that'd be a good friendship there. I like it. Terry, we are taking our break at 1 Pacific, 9 to 1 Pacific, break from 1 to 2 Pacific time. All right. Yes. Hi, Colleen. I'm glad that you told me my mother is here because I would not have seen that. Hello, Mom. Denise from Fallbrook. Yes, you guys are at Lizzie's. I love it. Hello, my friends at the Scrap Inn in Fallbrook. Okay, so today's National Scrapbook Day, International Scrapbook Day. It is actually a thing. Like, you can go to the website and search for it. I don't know who started it. I don't know how long it's been around. I have been crafting my whole life. I've been scrapbooking for 27 years. And I will tell you, I think National Scrapbook Day has probably been around at least 20, if not more, of those years. So it's just a day to celebrate, right? It is a day to focus on the hobby that we love. Although it's called International Scrapbook Day or National Scrapbook Day, I want us to expand our minds a little bit. In terms of what scrapbooking is, because you could take the scrapbooking word out of there, or scrapbook word out. You could put in journaling, you could put in documenting, you could put in memory keeping, you could put in creative listing. Really what it all is a storytelling, right? That is what we're doing. We're telling a story. And that is what this day celebrates. It celebrates this craft, it celebrates being creative, and it celebrates telling a story. What we kind of do here is with our creative listing, we are telling in a lot of cases our story. And I think that is a story that is a very important story to be told. Let me just made a few notes here. Let me look at what I'm talking about. This is the 5th year. This is the 5th year in a row that we here on my YouTube channel have been celebrating International Scrapbook Day. So it's just one of those fun things that anytime that we can celebrate, right? It's cause for celebration. So 5 years. I have always been a list maker. I've always made lists. Always. And I've been a scrapbooker for a long time. Like I said, 27 years. I started scrapbooking when I was pregnant with Jack, our oldest son, who is now 26 and a half. So I've always done some sort of memory keeping. When we back it up a little bit, I've always been a list maker. Some of you have seen me pull this out before, this little thing. This was a mini book that I made back in August of 2009. And this is why I always tell us to date our projects, right? Any list, anything we're doing, should always put a date on it so you have a reference point, right? So this is a book of lists from back in 2009. I was doing a guest design. I was guest designing for some kit club or something, and this file folder was part of the kit that they sent me to design with. And I thought, oh, this would be kind of fun. So I put together this little mini book of lists. Please don't judge. Please don't judge. The lists that are in here, Nick will call this hoarding, but you know what? It is what it is. This book is full of lists that I have. Let me see how I can do this. This is where I need an assistant. I should bring Nick in here. This is full of lists that I just had and I've kept over the years. This was a list back in July of 29, things that I needed to do for CHA, the Craft and Hobby Association trade show. There's so many lists in here. Back when I was in software, that was a production changes list, a release notes that I did, 2003. There are 2 lists in here, actually 3 lists in here that are my favorite. One of these is this one. I did not make this list. Nick, my husband, and his very dear friend Scott made this list. This is, now they dated it, they didn't put the year. So this was back when we were dating, Nick and I were dating, so this was probably 94-ish. I'm going to say 94. They had planned a little getaway weekend for us. This is the list of things they told us to bring. And they were trying to, we didn't know where we were going. So Nick and I and Scott and his girlfriend, who's a very dear friend. Anyhow, they put this list together. And they were trying to throw us off. So there were all kinds of things like snow boots and bikinis and everything in between. So This is just something I had kept. This tells a story, right? This list tells a story. And if I didn't have that, I probably wouldn't be remembering, oh yeah, it's 94, August 94. But it tells a story. And if I hadn't kept that, I probably wouldn't remember a lot of those details. I certainly wouldn't have remembered the year. So that's one of my favorites that I have in here. Another one of my favorites that I have in here, my slipper just fell off. I need to put that back. I need to put that back on. Oh, there's a 2000 Christmas list. That's not it. This is another one, a rehearsal. Those were the people that we invited to our rehearsal dinner back in May of 95. But this is the last one that I want to show you. Where is it? And I actually talk about this a little bit in the both idea books, both of my Listing with Layle idea books. Where is this? Hang on. This last one, oh yes, this is a list. Oh, no, I'm getting there. I'm going to find it, but I'll tell you what I'm looking for. It is a list, here we go, that I wrote in January of 1997. List of potential baby names, okay? So boy names, girl names. Clearly I thought there was girl in there somewhere. Yeah, no, I had all the girl names anyhow. That was a list of names that we were kind of just brainstorming for babies. And that one was January 97. So lists, right? They've always been a big part of my life. I have always been a list maker, whether it, in most cases, it's to get things from here on paper so it doesn't like jumble up all the things in my brain. I found for me that the more I have to do, the more stress I feel. But if I can take some of those things that are floating around my head and write them down on a piece of paper, that makes me feel like I have a little bit of control. Instead of it being all nebulous in my head, I can see it written down, and then now I've got a plan of attack, okay? So, been a list maker forever. Back in, what did I say on that? Back in 2015. Back in 2015, both of our boys were in high school. I was super involved in sports with them. I was on the lacrosse board and also on the football board for high school. I was working full-time at Simple Stories, and also had my little side hustle going where I was traveling and teaching scrapbooking, right? So all of those things made it so that I was really having a hard time having any like creative, crafty time for myself, okay? And I'm a person that needs that. I need to have a little bit of creativity every day, even if it's just a quick 5 minutes, right? So right about that time, I stumbled upon something called Lister's Got a List. And that's how some of you know me, right? Some of you know me from Lister's Got a List, from Corey Speaker, the Reset Girl. So she had started doing these things called Lister's Got a List, and every month she put out a list of like 30 different list topics, and people would kind of participate. There was a Facebook group, but that's what these are. Look how chunky. That's what these are. I did this for about 2.5 months, but the very first creative list that I did was this one. Reasons why I love being a planner girl, okay? And then this kind of just evolved, right? So lots of really fun lists that I was doing as part of that Lister's Got a List. And then you fast forward. You fast forward to the pandemic from 2015 to 2020. And that's where we found ourselves here, right? We found ourselves here that first Saturday in March, not first Saturday, the first Saturday of the pandemic in March. Which was March, I think, 21st. And that was the very first one of these that I did, right? Very first one of these that I did on YouTube. And like I said before, here we are 4 years later. So that kind of timing of everything for me back in 2015 was just kind of this aha moment. I had said I love to craft. I'd been a scrapbooker for years, but I was starting to really, my time was really condensed. I didn't have a lot of time to do it. And that's where listing for me was like this godsend. It was just amazing because it was a way for me to still be crafty and creative, juggling all those other things that I had going in my life. So here we are. We've kind of evolved. Let me look at my little notes for one more minute. I always say, you'll hear me say this a lot, all that you need to do to be here with me. Even if you're not here with me, if you're making a list, all you need are two things: something to write with, something to write on. That could be in a car, that could be in an airplane, that could be in a teeny tiny apartment, that could be in the bathroom. Maybe you've got a quick bathroom break at work and you make a little list. You just need something to write with and something to write on. From there, you get to take it where you want to go. You can add lots of product, but you don't have to. You can take lots of time, but you don't have to. But what you're doing when you are listing, even if it's a grocery list, okay, even if it's just a plain old grocery list, you are documenting, you are storytelling, you are scrapbooking, okay? So that's how all of that kind of ties in together with what we do here and with what we do kind of as part of International Scrapbook Day. So anytime, photos, no photos, journaling, hopefully you're writing something, making a list. That's part of this whole storytelling thing that we are celebrating today. I have been teaching for a lot of years. And when I teach in person, generally I ask a question. Middle of class, people are working away. And I'll say, how many of you write on your pages? And a couple hands go off. It could be a room of 100 people. A couple hands go up. How many of you write journal on your pages? Not many. And then sometimes I ask why. But I say, no guilt, right? But why? Generally, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'm not a writer. I don't want to be bothered with that because I don't know what to say and I'm not a writer. That is where I think what we do here, our creative listing, really takes a lot of the pressure off. You don't have to be Ernest Hemingway to make a list, right? If I said to you, hey, what were your favorite things that happened last year? You're like, oh, that's easy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You just list them off and you're done. You just journaled, right? You just journaled, you just told a story, but you didn't have the pressure of trying to figure out exactly what to say and be so eloquent and figure out if you need to take 1 page to do that or 10 pages to do that. You just made a list. As I have been doing this the last 4 years, I hear from a lot of people, and what I hear a lot is that this resonates with you. It resonates with you because some of you are in a similar stage of life that I am. Kids are grown, empty nesters, still love the hobby, still love to create, still love to do our storytelling. But as for me, for years, my subject matter for my scrapbooking and storytelling were our kids, right? The boys. And once they were gone and out of the house and have their own lives, I kind of struggled for a bit trying to figure out how can I continue to do this hobby and have something to document because I love it. I love it. And that's where, for me, this whole creative listing came in. It took a little while for me to figure out what that looked like and how it worked, but that's where I'm hearing where it resonates with a lot of people, that you've loved the hobby, and I'm just going to call it scrapbooking again. Maybe it's the big umbrella, but you've loved the hobby of scrapbooking, but may have stepped away from it for a while because you kind of lost the passion for it. You didn't quite know how to proceed at a different stage in your life. And I think that's where this fills the need. The creative listing kind of fills the need for a lot of us. So again, remember, all you need, something to write with, something to write on. That's it. Wherever you take it beyond that, there you go. One of the taglines that you'll see in my second idea book says, make the list, tell the story, you won't regret it. And I really, really mean that. The time that you take here, where you are listing, you're telling a story, right? And that time that you spend is something that I think is so valuable. And this is whether you're listing or whether you're scrapbooking or whether you're working in a mini book or whatever it is you're doing. That time spent is so valuable for 2 reasons. Number one, you are writing history, right? You are the storyteller, the historian for your family. Also, maybe just for you. You may only be doing your own storytelling, and you may think, you know what? I don't have kids. My family is not going to want to see this. My friends aren't going to want to see this. And then I say, you know what? Who cares? Because that's the second reason you do it. You do it because it's creative and it fills a need that you have, right? So all of this to say, what we do, the scrapbooking, the storytelling, the memory keeping is really important. It is so important, okay? So that's why we're here today. And that's why I'm here every Saturday when I'm not traveling. But that's why we're here specifically today, is to celebrate all of this that we do and to have fun. Okay? Okay. Whew, that's the spiel. That's the spiel that I wanted to throw out. So now we can play and now we can have fun, okay? Let me just take a look at the chat. I know I've missed loads of things. Hi, Marie. What's our time? Terry, I think that's an older comment that I saw. Oh, and Elise, that's right. Elise is at Anaheim Hills. You guys need to have like a little group, like a little creative listing group or squirrel group or whatever. We need like an OC group. Let's see. Susan, hi Susan. Susan said so many events going on. Yes, there's lots going on in the community today out in the scrapbooking world. So pop in and out if you can, say hi. But you should absolutely check lots of things out because there's lots of things going on. But you can always watch the replay. Don't forget that. You can always watch the replay. Deborah, 30 years of NSD. Okay, awesome. That's amazing. That's amazing. 30 years. I love it. Just give me a sec. I just want to see CC in case there's anything I need to make sure that we get. Nicole, hello from South Dakota. Joy, hello, hello. You know what? Someone had mentioned at one point, I don't remember who it was. Let me do a little bit of research in the next couple of weeks. If there is a way in the Facebook group that I can have different, maybe we can do different subgroups or something. I don't know. I'll look into it. If anyone knows, please reach out and let me know. But it would be fun to kind of have maybe like people can just pop in, maybe like connectors. We'll have little connectors that'll say, hey, anyone from Orange County here. And then all that you guys can kind of, connect that way or different parts of the country. I'll need somebody to help with that though, because yes, anyhow, I'll kind of be thinking about that because I think that'd be a really fun way to kind of help to facilitate you guys connecting. All right, let's see this. Jacqueline said, I actually brought this to the students at the school I work with and they love it too. I love that. I had a number of you reach out and tell me that you have introduced this to students. And I think it is a very powerful, I don't want to call it a tool, but I think we can call it a tool. I don't think you'd ever call it a tool with students, but it's a very powerful means of making kids comfortable with writing. In our current state of the world, not a lot of kids write. That's social media, that's phones, that's technology. So there's a lot of typing, right? A lot of typing, in a lot of cases, hunt and pecking. And there's not a lot of writing going on. So in a lot of cases, kids don't know how to express themselves. So taking a list topic and making it fun and giving it to kids, I think is a great way to help them get back to that writing and back to expressing themselves, but in a super fun, easy way, right? Let's see. All right, friends, yes, I will help connect. I just need to figure out how to do it. Hi, Ann. Nice to see you. All right. Okay. Yes, we're going to figure out this subgroup connector thing. I will figure it out. All right. So we have lots of fun things to do today. I am going to, actually, you know what? Let's start out with a prize. Should we start out with a prize? Let's start out with a prize. So looking at my little, you guys, this will be no surprise to you. Well, I don't know, maybe. This is how my brain looks. That's my spreadsheet for today. Oh, I am a spreadsheet gal. That's the only way that I can even function. That is the only way that I can even function. So that's there. My water's there. We've got lots of things there ready to, oh boy. That's not alcohol, don't worry. That's Crystal Light. And Nick made that for me before I started. I don't think it quite got stirred up. Woo! Okay. First prize. Let's just jump right in. With every prize that I give away today, the prize will be the prize, and it will also include this little guy, okay? That is a, sorry, let me get out of there so you can see. That is a vinyl sticker. Make the list, tell your story. You won't regret it, right? So that's kind of a fun little thing. I put that on my water bottle. I also have it on my die cutting machine. I also have it on my, on my Epson PictureMate printer. So Everybody who wins today or in the next week, because there's some after party prizes, will win the prize, but also that as well. Okay, so I'm going to stop, and the winner is Scrapbook Sister 70. And that's where my finger just stopped. And she said I do this for me, right? Because that's what, I mean, really, let's be selfish. Doing this for me too. So Scrapbook Sister 70 wins the Breton Black Stripe Traveler's Notebook with 2 lined inserts. So the way that you will claim your prize today, friends, shoot me an email. So Scrapbook Sister 70, please send me an email. I just need to write this down on my little thing. Ooh, that doesn't go there. Send me an email. Please put the name of the prize in the subject line and then your address in the body of the email, name and address, and we'll get your prize shipped probably in the next 2 weeks, okay? Because there's going to be a lot of shipping that happens in this next week or so with all of the sale things, okay? So congratulations, Scrapbook Sister, and that's how the live prizes will work, friends. So a few minutes before I'm ready to give it, I'll say, hey, prize in 5 minutes, and then comment in the chat, chat away in the chat. I scroll wherever I stop, we'll go from there. Now, there is another big prize that I'm going to do today. I want to encourage you to post in the Layle by Mail Facebook group today. I want to see what you're working on today, okay? And I'm sure a lot of us want to see what you're working on. So snap a photo of what you're working on today. Snap a photo of your desktop, of your work surface. Even if you're not, no, let's just say that. Whatever you're working on today, I want to see a project. If you're listing with me today, even better. But if not, really, it's whatever you're working on today, whatever kind of creative, crafty thing you're working on today. I want you to post that in the Facebook group. On Monday, I just need to write this down so I make sure I do this on Monday. On Monday, I'm going to go in and draw one random person to win the May stamp release, the entire May stamp release, all 6 brand new stamp sets, okay? So you have until Sunday night to post whatever it is you're working on this weekend. If you're listing, definitely share that because we love to see everyone's lists. And then Monday, I will draw in the Facebook group and give away that prize. So you may be saying, brand new stamp sets, what's she talking about? Let's look, okay? Let's look. So I'm going to rotate the camera. I'm going to turn off the overhead lights. I'm going to turn on the studio lights. We're going to flip the camera and then we're going to play. Okay, here we go. There's our little rotation. If you saw my outfit, you would like laugh so hard. So, you know, on top I look presentable. I have a running skirt on because then it helps keep me cool. And then I have really puffy slippers on because then they kind of have a like an arch support in them. So, oh, thank you for the plug-in. Thank you for that reminder because that would cause us lots of trouble, wouldn't it? Let's get that straight. Let's move that out of the way. All right. Ooh, okay, hang on. Always takes a sec. We're always it's kind of a little scawampus here. Lots and lots of fun things planned. All right, friends? Okay, we're plugged in. Oh, I'm so excited to share the new stamps, you guys. Here's the other thing. My life has changed drastically. My quality of life, how about that, has changed drastically since the 1st of January. And that is because I expanded my team. Lily has been working for me for the last almost 3 years, I think. No, 2 years. 2 years. And January 4th, I think it was, I added Denise to the team. So they both work part-time. They work Monday through Thursday. And they have taken so much off of my plate. They do all of the order processing, the shipping, when new product comes in, they check it. They do all of that for me, which has been such a blessing because what that now lets me do is to focus on the things that only I can do, right? Which means coming up with new product ideas, coming up with new stamps, designing new project kits, things like that. So this is the first release that I feel like I've really been able to really dig in and think about what I wanted to have, what we as a group needed to have, and then kind of made it happen. So let's take a look at the new stamp sets. I'm going to do this by size. So we'll start little and move our way up to big. The first one is another one in the series of the mini icon stamp set. And this one is summer. So mini icon summer. It is a 3x3 stamp set. The mini icons always have 12 little mini icon stamps and then a definition, okay? So 12 mini icon stamps, summer themed, and then a definition. So I just got my samples on Thursday. It's Saturday, I just got them on Thursday. So I've only done 2 little things with the 6 stamps. But I did at least stamp the other ones so you could see what they look like. So that is, it kind of gives you a little better idea when you see it in color. The mini icon summer. So 12 little mini icons, little lemon, beach ball, kind of a little picnic table, butterfly swimsuit, sun and clouds, ice cream, kite, little glass of lemonade, a little Volkswagen van with a surfboard on it, a nice little tree, and then a little kind of beach umbrella. Then we have summer, a time to unwind, relax, and enjoy the simple pleasures of life. So there are now, we have fall, holiday, winter, love, spring, travel, and summer. 7. There are 7 little mini icon stamp sets. And I will tell you, all of the rest are planned for the entire year. I even have the samples for all of the rest for the entire year. So all the design work's been done on that. But that is the summer stamp set. All of the stamps that I'm showing you right now, part of the May release, are up on the website for pre-order. They should be shipping, I'm still on the April calendar up there. Probably 3rd week in May, okay? 3rd week in May. All right, next stamp set. Next stamp set, this is Days of the Week. This is a handwritten stamp, my handwriting, that is a 4x4 stamp set. So early this year, I retired the very first stamp set I've ever retired. So every other one of my stamp sets, I am still have and still continue to reorder, with the exception of one, and that one was called Days of the Week. I retired that. It's been around probably almost the longest. It's probably been around for maybe 3-ish years. Because I wanted to do a handwritten one. So the other one was not handwritten. This is now handwritten. So just a super simple Days of the Week stamp set. That is a 4x4 set. I just realized what I need to do. I probably need to add maybe the length of these on the website. So about 1 3/4 inches to about 2 1/4 is going to be the width of those. All right. And this, you can pretty much see what they look like there, but there we go. Okay. So handwritten Days of the Week. That is a 4x4 stamp set. So that's number 2. Number 3. Number 3 is interesting. I'll show you what's been around for a while, because this part's kind of important, right? So you understand where this came from. This stamp set has been around for quite a while. List Builder in the news, all right? I think, most popular part of this stamp set has been that typewriter, right? So this was a 5x7 set that I created, again, probably about 2.5 years ago, so we could do our in the news lists. But that typewriter has always been super popular. In March, I released the typewriter die. All right, so that is the typewriter die. Then that die cuts out that little typewriter, right? So there you go. Original stamp from the in the new stamp set with the die that can go with it. And I started having some requests after I came out with the die. And people said, oh my goodness, okay, love the typewriter, but in the news, yeah, not really, not really my thing. But I really, 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 really like the typewriter. And I said, okay, I hear you loud and clear. So this is the 3rd of the 6 new stamp sets. This one is called Just My Type. All right, just my type. So that is a 4x6 stamp set. You have that same typewriter. So it is the same exact typewriter. So friends, if you already have this one, well, I don't know. You may want this one. I'll tell you why. But that die that we just looked at fits that exact same typewriter. Okay, so here we go. There's the original stamp. And there is the new stamp. Don't mind that. I was doing that quickly. All right. Now, what is fun about that new Just My Type stamp set is that you have all these little words and phrases to go with it. So let's look at it this way. You're my type of friend. Happy birthday. Going old school. Another year older. You're not old. You're vintage. Sending hugs. Congratulations. Thank you. Vintage and cool. Hello. Just my type. Let's white that out and try again. Just a note. The next chapter starts here. So this happened. Thinking of you. Checking in. And hey there. So you made those little sentiments work really well for cards, right? So this is a card that Diane Jenkins sent to me. This has probably been maybe 2 years ago, at least 2 years ago. She made this beautiful card for me using that typewriter stamp from in the new stamp set. How cute is that? See the little happy birthday to you? And she made it look like it was typewritten coming out of the typewriter, right? Now I think she probably did that on the little computer. So that whole idea is kind of the inspiration for all of those little sentiments. So kind of a card builder, right? So this is what I did. Here's Diane's that's kind of started everything. And then look at that. There is a fun little card, an idea for a card that you could make using that typewriter stamp, using the you're my type of friend, right? You're my type of friend. Get it? Type, right? And then I added just that cute little dog. All right. So that is now that stamp set, we'll look at it this way. It's a little bit easier to see. Just my type. All right. With the great typewriter, but then all of those other little phrases that you could use with it. So Diane Jenkins, thank you for the inspiration. That fun little card, I used product from the Life of the Party collection, which is what I'm going to use for my first list. So fun little things from Life of the Party. All right. Okay. So that was the third new stamp set. We're halfway through. All right. So this one I've had in mind. Nancy, I was wondering if you will offer magnet sheets to hold the dies. Nancy, I can, but you know what? The ones that I have, I just bought on Amazon. This big old pack, right? So I just bought them on Amazon. So if you would like the link to that, shoot me an email and I will send you the link. That's probably the easiest way to do it, right? Because you know what I would do? I would just, if I was going to offer them, I would buy those on Amazon and then just open them up. Okay. Oh, 111 Renee's. Okay, I got to read what she said. She said, one of the many things I like about your stamps is the stample of the stamp on the back of the packaging. We're trying 111 Renee's. A lot of the stamps have it, but then some don't, because sometimes it gets down to the wire and we just don't have time. So, but I love that you appreciate that, because that's something that I've been toying with. Do I just get rid of that? Because sometimes that holds us up and we've got to get the samples and then we've got to get the stamp samples, then make a project sample and then get it photographed. And then that has to be added to the packaging and then packaging printed. But I love that you said that. That's very helpful. Thank you. All right. So this one has been on my list of stamps to do for quite a while. The very first time we did this list was, I remember, it was my friend Christine Burtman. Christine, if you're out there, because I don't know if Christine's at Lizzie's or not this weekend. I want to show you this list. It was, maybe it's all about me. Let's look in 79. This was the first idea book. It is, hang on, hold please. I would like to find it because I want to tell the little backstory behind it. I should have looked at this ahead of time. I apologize. Here it is. Good stuff about the last 6 months. This list we did back in September of 2020, okay? So really in the middle of the pandemic. And Christine reached out to me and said, hey, I think a great list topic would be to try to look at things that were positive, right? Look at things that were positive that happened over the last 6 months in the pandemic. Because a lot of us at that time were like, oh my gosh, this is like the worst time ever, right? It was a hard time. So I love that she had suggested that. We've done that a couple times, good things about the last 6 months, silver linings. But one of the lists that we had done was this one, things that put a smile on my face. So all of those kind of fall under the same umbrella. Things that made me happy, right? And I think that is a very good list for some of us to do on a regular basis, because sometimes we really have to dig, right? We really have to dig to figure out what was good that happened, what was something good that put a smile on my face, because sometimes it feels like it's nothing, right? So this new stamp set is a 4x6. It is called All Smiles. All Smiles. And it is meant to be used. Well, you can use it for lots of different things, right? But the way that I see us using this on Saturdays is this, things that made me smile. Here's a list of things that made me smile, especially if we're having a hard time smiling, right? Hard time seeing anything positive. That could be a fun list for us to work with, all right? So let's look at it this way, because a little bit easier to see it stamped out. This made me smile, happy, loving this, joy, my little handwritten smiley guy, keep smiling. Proud of this, made my day, the best, worth it, good stuff, go me, smile big, I did it. Oh, happy day, all the feels, yep, kind of a big deal, living my best life, you go girl, my happy place, totally obsessed. Okay, there is one word in here that is, well, it's a little bit of a bad word, right? HE double hockey stick. So if you don't want to use it, don't use it. But sometimes you need something like that for emphasis. This is exciting, right? Thumbs up. Yes, please. So good. So lots and lots and lots of stamps on that 4x6 stamp set. Just for encouragement, right? You could use these for cards. You certainly could use these for cards, but you'll see me use this a lot going forward in our listing. All right. Susie, you do, Susie Comey. I actually did, I want to say 15 years ago, at least 15 years ago, I taught a class at an event in Las Vegas called Inspiration Unlimited. And that class, it was a mini book project kit, was things that make me happy. So we did a whole mini book about things that make me happy. And Susie, I know, I love that. I love that. And this is actually a great transition, Susie Comey, because I thought of you, honestly, when I designed this next stamp set. And I did see yesterday that you bought it, and it made me chuckle when I saw that. So this is, the one that we just looked at is This Made Me Smile. All right, this made me smile. But guess what? Life's not all sunshine and rainbows, is it? And sometimes we need to document that, right? But we can also kind of have a little chuckle when we're documenting it. So when life isn't all smiles, life is bad day, all right? This is a 4x6 stamp set. You'll notice it has the same format. Look at, almost side by side, right? Almost side by side. Same format, but it's when life isn't all sunshine and rainbows, it's bad day. Now, with bad day, I went back and forth on this, and I feel good with this, but I do want to make sure that you are aware there are a couple bad words on this, because you know what? Sometimes in a bad day, we need to have those expressive bad words. So again, this would be a thing that I just want you to know. So you're not offended if you buy it and go, oh my goodness, I didn't know it said that. This one, same 4-letter word, same blank, different day, okay? And if that's not your thing, just don't use it. There is another one here, the same 4-letter word, blank show, all right? You can still buy the whole set, don't have to use it. And then there's this one. And this one, it doesn't say the whole word, but it has a little asterisk there, okay? So, this one, please don't hate me because I did this stamp set because I put a little few bad words on there. But you know what? This is reality, right? Here's the reality. Swearing helps. Sometimes the swearing helps. And your swearing could be heck, or it could be oh my gosh, or it could be whatever you want it to be, but that is the bad day stamp set, all right? So we'll have fun with this one too, right? So we will use both of these in our Saturday sessions, all smiles and bad day. But bad day, no filter, this made me mad. I don't mean to be rude, but drama, thumbs down, no, just no, hang in there, chin up, buttercup. Ugh. The frowny face, seriously? Nope. Yeah, no, not feeling it. Is it tomorrow yet? This sucks. Meh, not okay. We saw those two. I won't read those. It's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine, which usually means it's not fine. I'm not fine, and everything is not fine. Glad that's over. And then not my circus, not my monkeys. Okay, it's fine. I'm fine. Everything fine. Okay, Janine said, love chin up buttercup. Lisa said, it's fun, I'm fine, everything's fine. Kelly said, love it, Layle. My kind of stamp said to help define those moments, right? Yvonne, I love it. Yvonne said there was a scientific study that showed swearing helped with pain. So I'm just following science, right? I am just following science. Sarah said, I feel like buying this stamp set for all my friends. It is so hilarious and relatable. Thank you guys. So, I mean, that's, you know, when you have a business and when it's your own brand, it's a little bit, yeah, should I do it? Should I not? And I thought, you know what? I'm going to do it because it's life. It's reality, right? So there we go. We looked at all smiles and then we looked at bad day. So all smiles and bad day. All right. Kelly says always go with science. I know, right? I know. Sarah said, winner, winner, all around with both sets. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mary Lee said, I made a shirt that says I've got a good heart, but this mouth, oh boy. Deborah said, Layle, I need that on a digital version now. Yes, so if you missed it, in April, I started launching digital versions of my stamps. So what you will see going forward is you will see every other month, you'll see a digital stamp release, and then on the off month, you will see, or I should say on the on month. So for example, in May, you have a physical stamp release. In June, you will have digital. And I'm just going back to the archives, and we're doing FIFO, first in, first out. That's a little accounting term. That's the only accounting thing I took literally from my marketing degree because you had to take accounting. That is the first in, first out, meaning the oldest stamps are the newest to be released digital. So, Deborah, it'll take a little bit to get through that one. Probably will be in about, I don't know, it'll probably take us a year to get up to current, I'm going to say, digitally. Robin, I have a shirt that says good moms say bad words. It's reality, right? And guess what? You get to define what bad is. You define what bad is. All right, our last stamp set. This stamp set has been in the works for a year. And when I say in the works for a year, it's just, I've had the idea for a year. Didn't start working on it until earlier this year. But this came pretty quickly, the idea for this, on the heels of the This Is Me stamp set. So you remember the This Is Me stamp set? Let me just grab it very quickly. The This Is Me stamp set was something I did in... What's the word I'm looking for? I did this with my friend Christine, the same Christine that we were talking about earlier about the good things that happened in the last 6 months. But This Is Me, the whole idea of This Is Me is to document yourself, okay? It was to document you. And then I actually did a whole Traveler's Notebook class around this. We had a lot of fun with that. That was a really, really popular Traveler's Notebook project kit. And the stamp has been super popular as well. Kind of document you. So right after that, well, we needed this. We did a This Is Me. We need to do a This Is Us. So this is the 6th stamp set, the last stamp set that is part of the May release, and it is called This Is Us. It is, a 6x8 stamp set. It is available a la carte. It is also included in the brand new This Is Us Traveler's Notebook Project Kit. So the whole idea behind this, first off, this is not just for couples, okay? So this is not for partners, couples. It is not just for you. Like, let me say it this way. This is not meant for me to only document Nick and my relationship, right? This is us. Us is a family. A family could be 2 people. A family could be 28 people, and not if you're polygamous. I mean, okay, if you're polygamous, part of a polygamous family, there's nothing wrong with that. But 28 people, I mean extended family. It could mean parents, it could mean kids, it could mean grandkids, it could be nieces, nephews, whatever family is, pet, whatever family is to you. So that's why you see things like family. That's why you see party of with all the little numbers. So if you have a party of 12, you're documenting your entire extended family, or maybe you have a lot of kids. If you're documenting party of 2, then you're documenting a couple, right? Let's take a look at it this way. I did a bunch of little stamping here so we could get a really good kind of representation of what this looked like. And Scrapinology, Gina said, This Is Us could be a group of friends. It totally could be. It totally could be. So this is just a whole bunch of different stamping that I did using that stamp set. And I tell you what, boy, it sure looks so much more fun this than that, right? I mean, this is good, but when you see it all stamped out in color, so much better. This is the idea behind the party of. So you have party of with your numbers 0 through 9. So you can be a party of however many you want. There are also little people, and the people, there are 4 people. So there is and I want to be careful, but I'm going to just call it female because she has a skirt, but men can wear skirts. So, but for simplicity's sake, female, male, no skirt, small male, and small female. Small male, no skirt, small female, skirt with a little bow in her hair. So the idea behind that is you can pair each of those little people. So 1 person, 2 person, 3 person, 4 person. You can pair them any way you want. So maybe it is a 2 female couple. Maybe it's a 2 male couple. Maybe it is a male and a female couple. Maybe it is mother-daughter. Maybe it's father-son. So you can pair all of those in whatever kind of family or us that you want to. That was really important to me that I didn't kind of define anything like that. So you have all the things. There are no pets, but I had to stop somewhere, right? Because then somebody's going to ask where the little gecko little stamp is, because you have a gecko in your pet family. And anyhow, so just humans in this one, right? Just humans. So that's what the whole party of 4 thing is. Party of however many. And then you have lots of other fun little stamps. Some are stacked, some are horizontal, happily ever after. And guess what? Happily ever after, it doesn't mean wedding, right? Happily ever after could be your whole family. This is us, our story, so happy together, family, I love us. And then I just started kind of adding things together. Like I took I love us and then added 2 little people and a heart. Our story, I then did a little masking. That is 1 stamp. That love is 1 stamp. But I did a little masking, so I just used that large heart as part of our story. Together we make one amazing family. Look at what I did here. That little so happy together. Then I put the 2 little people in there. Now, those 2 little people, they could be kids, but now that can be large people. Those can be large people. Those can be adults, just the adult ones don't really fit in the circle, right? But this is one that I was really excited about doing. This one right here is actually a 2-piece stamp set or stamp. One of the stamps is the little hearts, and then the other one is, so that's 1 stamp set, all the hearts, and that stamp set, that's 1 stamp, 1 single stamp, and then you have the single little heart that fits in there. So that's what I did there. You can stamp your row of hearts and then use the single heart to kind of fill it in. That whole idea, some of you may recognize this one. That is my my hearts washi, my outline hearts washi. So I thought that's a really fun thing. We might as well make a stamp out of it. Okay, friends, there we go. That is the This Is Us stamp set. So as I mentioned, that This Is Us stamp set is included in the brand new This Is Us Traveler's Notebook Project Kit. You'll see that up on that website as well. I'm not quite ready to show that yet because I only have kind of the outsides done. Basically what I have done in that project is what you see on the website. So I've got to add now all the inside stuff, stamping and things like that. That is part of that project kit. So one thing that I noticed was happening yesterday, and don't worry, we'll fix it on the back end. The May stamp release is available as a bundle. So you can buy all 6 stamps together. And when you buy the bundle, you get 10% off. Some of you bought the bundle and then also bought the This Is Us Traveler's Notebook Project Kit, which means you have this in the project kit and you also have this in the bundle. So don't worry, when we get ready to ship, we'll kind of fix that on the back end for you and refund whatever we need to refund. But just know, if you are purchasing the kit, you don't need to purchase the bundle because that's in the bundle. You can buy the rest of the stamps a la carte. Hopefully that makes sense. Now I see there's some congratulating going on. Let's see. Oh, that's so awesome. Karen said, a little late joining because my brother became a great grandpa. Oh my goodness. Taysom Poe White is here finally. Congratulations. That's very exciting. Very, very exciting, Karen. Congratulations. Okay, friends, so there you have it. The 6 brand new stamps as part of the May release. I'm so excited about those, I can't even tell you. I can't wait to start using them because I had to, well, like I said, I got everything Thursday and everything had to go up on the website yesterday morning. So Thursday was a bit crazy. So just a couple of examples so far, but you'll see us start to use those. And the design team, Stephanie Bice and Lorelei Murphy. Stephanie's package went out on Friday, so with the new stamps, so you'll start to see her use those. And Laura's goes out Monday, so watch for me to use those stamps, and then also the design team. Okay, friends. Okay. Woo! That's a lot. Okay, so last thing, like I said, those stamps are starting to ship probably 3rd week in May. They have been ordered, but now they just need to go into production. But I have my samples, so that's good. What else? What else? You know what I think we'd better do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8. Oh my goodness, I have 9. Woo! I have 9 live prizes to give this morning, friends. I've already done 1. So guess what? That means next couple of minutes, I am going to draw in the chat for another live prize, okay? So another live prize in the next 5 minutes or so in the chat. If you miss it earlier, the way that I do that, just you're in the chat. And when I stop and say I'm going to draw the prize, I just scroll up and wherever my finger stops in the chat, that's the person that wins. Okay, friends, so let's go ahead and dig in. Let's start listing. For this morning, the plan for this morning was to show you the May stamp release, then to do 2 lists, all right? At least 2 lists. If we have time, we'll jump into one of the lists for this afternoon. I don't know. Well, it'll happen. We'll see. 2 lists. I think we'll have time. The first list is milestones. The second list is about last month for April. So before we jump into milestones, let's take a look at the 3 lists that we did when we were together last week. The first list that we did was kind of my favorite things from our trip to Orlando. Nick got to go. Nick was on a business trip to Orlando a week before last, and I decided to tag along because Orlando, and he was at a big conference for one of his big customers, and it was on property, okay, on the Disney property. So we stayed on property and we made the most of it. So we went to Epcot, we went to whatever you call it, Walt Disneyland, Walt Disney World, Magic Kingdom, you know, the castle with the mouse. We went there. So this list last week, I used a couple different stamp sets. I used Reggie Alpha, that was Orlando. I used Visited. Visited was from the List Builder Travel stamp set. The camera and the airplane came from Travel Mini Icons. And Terry, guess what I added? You guys see, I did this after because I felt like it needed a little something else. Well, I looked at the Bullets stamp sets. Bullets and More, I think that came from 3. Bullets and More 3. Bullets and More 3 had that little Mickey Mouse ears, right? And so look what I did. I added those little Mickey Mouse ears to the top of the E and to my little date. I used the It's a Date 2 stamp set, add little Mickey Mouse ears to the April. And then I even added little Mickey Mouse ears to the globe. Okay, so Terry last week was saying, oh my gosh, you need to have some ears on there somewhere. And then I'm like, oh my goodness, I have ears in Bullets and More 3. So that worked out well. That worked out well. Okay, so let me put these away really quickly. And I am going to do the giveaway now. And I stopped at 111 Renee's. 111 Renee's. You win. Ooh, okay. 111 Renee's. Well, I don't want to show you that. You'll see what all the prizes are. 111 Renee's. You win this giant bundle from Bella Boulevard. Okay, it is just, I don't know, it has a whole bunch of stuff in it. Lots of fun paper and acetate and stickers and puffy stickers, a paper pad, washi, and little pennants, so loads of things. So 111 Renee's. Shoot me an email. In the subject line, put Bella Boulevard prize pack, please, and then include your email or include your address, and we will get that shipped off to you in the next couple of weeks. If any of you win and you have an order that you put in, we'll ship it with that, okay? All right, and you also get that Make the List, You Won't Regret It sticker. Okay, don't worry, don't be sad if you didn't win. There's 6 more prizes just this morning. And then there's more prizes this afternoon live. Then there's also after party prizes. Okay, let me scroll so we get to the bottom again. Congrats, 111 Renee's. Okay, next up, we have favorite authors. Okay, favorite authors. We used the brand new well-read collection from Pretty Little Studio. So we did a fun little list there about favorite authors. We had lots of fun talking about different authors that we all enjoy. Colleen, I just remembered, even though I wrote it down, I just remembered, I need to also add like a little subgroup in the Facebook group, the Layle by Mail Facebook group, to talk about where people can kind of talk about favorite authors and books and things like that. So this one, favorite authors, I used pattern paper from Well Read. I used a die cut from Well Read, a sticker, a little sticker, added the favorite stamp set, and then little words there. Little words, that's a word, with alphabet stickers. So just listed my favorite authors. Speaking of Facebook group, if you are not in the Facebook group, my friends, you really should be in the Facebook group. Super easy. Go to Facebook and search for Layle by Mail. You'll see a Facebook page and a Facebook group. The Facebook group is private. That's just to keep, the nefarious people out, right? So anyone can be part of it. The Facebook group, you just have to say hi, however whatever you say, let me join or whatever. So lots of fun things always happen in the Facebook group. Sometimes you get sneak peeks of things that are coming before everyone else. So I did that on Thursday night, showed a little sneak peek of that. This is a stamp set. Sometimes I will share my list there, but a lot of people share what they're working on in their list there. So it's kind of fun for everybody to see what everybody else is doing. This weekend, I want to encourage you to join and post in the Facebook group because if you share what you're working on this weekend, share a photo, what you're working on this weekend, Monday morning, I am going to draw one person to win the May stamp release. Okay, so Facebook group, Layle by Mail. So that was our second list, favorite authors. Our third list, oh my goodness, we have had a lot of fun over the last couple of weeks doing some reminiscing lists. So first one that we did last month. This was growing up, fill in the blank for your generation. So I'm part of Gen X. And so we had so much fun just kind of listing things that reminded us of our generation. Like a wall phone with a really long spiral cord that you would then like drag all through the house and go in a closet so no one in your house could hear you talk, right? Or lip smackers, lip gloss. Anyhow, we had a lot of fun with that one a couple weeks ago. Last week, we did songs turning 40 in 2024. Oh my goodness, what a blast from the past. So actually, let me go back to Gen X for a second. If you're not Gen X and you want to do this list, you just put whatever generation you are. If you don't know which generation you are, Google it. This would have been on the 20th. We did this list on the 20th. So if you go to the blog and look for this list with me live session from the 20th, I do actually have a link to a website that tells you what the names of the different generations and the age ranges. This one, songs turning 40 in 2024. So kind of, again, a blast from the past. This was 1984, friends. And so if you're like me, you're like, oh, 1984, that wasn't very long ago. 40 years ago. I was in high school in 84. So when you're like, oh my goodness, 40 years? How in the heck did that even happen? But we had lots of fun talking about songs that were back in songs from 84, right, that are 40 years old. Now, maybe you're not kind of this age. Maybe you want to look at songs that were turning 30 in 2024. Maybe you want to take a look at songs that are turning 60 in 2024. Just Google it, right? Google it. You will find lists of anything that you can imagine. So we did a little list about songs turning 40 in 2024. I found this playlist on Apple Music. And I was listening to this playlist last Saturday morning before we got started, and I just took a screenshot of it and printed it out like it was a photo. So it was kind of a fun little thing to add in with that. All right. So that's what we did last week. One of the lists that we do today will kind of carry this on a little bit. Instead of songs turning 40, it'll be movies turning 40. And thank you, Terry, for that suggestion from last week. But we'll get to that one this afternoon. All right, so our first list is a single page. So I'm actually going to come back here because this was a single page list, which left me with a blank page right here. So another single page, I'm going to do that here. Our first list is milestones, okay? So you can take this however you want. Last night, Nick and I were eating dinner and we were chatting about, whatever lists I was doing today. And I said, hey, I'm doing a milestones list. This is what, actually, before I told him what I had on my list so far, I said, what would you put on it? And he's like, well, I don't even know. Like, what do you mean by milestones? Like milestones when? Like in your life or what? Like, what do you mean? And I said, oh, well, milestones this year. He said, well, milestones that have already happened this year? And I said, no, any milestones that are happening in 2024, any milestones that are happening this year. So that is what my first list will be. And when we think milestones, a lot of times we're thinking celebrate, right? We're thinking celebrate and all these fun little icons. The collection I am using for this is Life of the Party. So Life of the Party, lots of fun party celebratory type products. This is a great collection. If you are a card maker, or maybe you're not so much of a card maker, but every once in a while you need to make your own card really quick because you forgot it was someone's birthday and you're going out to dinner with them and you don't want to show up empty-handed. Super fun collection just to have on hand to throw together a quick birthday card. That is the collection, this Life of the Party, that I used to make that guy with the new Just My Type stamp set. So just fun little, great patterns, fun little icons that are kind of celebratory. So that is what I'm doing here. Milestones in my life, in my family. Okay, so family, this goes just beyond me. That's how I decided to do it. Just goes beyond me. That are happening this year. And this is going to be a single page list. Hello, welcome, Denise. Denise said, hi, Layle, just joined. Nice to have you here. Joe Carol Knapp said, love the new stamps. Thank you, thank you. So this is, Denise said, love this idea. So milestones, right? This is one of those lists that really you could do anytime, right? You could do anytime, or it could be things we're celebrating this year, or things we celebrated last year, or maybe you're like, 2024, not really many milestones in 2024. Well, what about 2020, or what about 1995? So I'm doing this for 2024, but this is a type of list that you could really do for any time in your life. Or maybe these are upcoming milestones. Maybe 2025 is a huge year for you for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reasons. Then you could do this list now of milestones coming up, or things we're celebrating next year, or what have you. Okay, so here's would you like to see my sketch? Here's my sketch right there. It is a single page list. That's why there's an X there. That is a cat. Do you see the cat? That's a cat. That's my plan. So I had pulled, which paper was I going? Oh yeah, this one, maybe? Was it this one? Maybe. So I need a piece of background paper. I am going to work on my list off the page first, and then I will come in and attach it. I should probably, don't you think I should do some stamps of my sketching? Like, wouldn't you all love to have a cat stamp that looked like that? Because I am so talented. You didn't know what a great graphic designer I am. Like, I really think I should start turning some of my little cat scratches into stamps. Don't you? Don't you? Elise said, what about making a milestone page and then list all the milestones and the year it happened? That's a great idea, Elise. I love that. So almost like a big dates in your life, right? So here's your milestones, and then maybe it's something like, I graduated college in 91. Graduated college in 91. Got married in 95. Had my first child this time. Had my second child this time. Or maybe you got your graduate degree. Or maybe you started a job at a specific time. Maybe you passed a test. Maybe you're a CPA and you passed your test at a specific time. The nice thing about a list like that, and I love that idea, Elise, is that you get to decide what the milestones are, right? You get to decide what the milestones are. So maybe one year you worked really, really hard and you lost 25 pounds. That would be a huge milestone, right? So your milestone list could be for a particular year. Your milestone list could be a much broader period of time, right? I love that. That's so smart. I love it, love it, love it. Joe said, question, how do you determine if it will be a 1 or 2 page layout? Joe, I wish I could answer that. I don't know. I just do. Probably what happens. Let me think about that a little bit, because saying I just do is really not the case, right? Because obviously something goes into that thought. Number one, if I'm using photos, it's pretty much always a double page spread, right? So it's pretty much always a double page spread if I know I'm going to use a photo. If I don't have a lot to say, like this one, favorite authors. Now I have quite a few authors on there, and ahead of time I thought I already had my list, right? So the way that my process works, I use my workbook, and there's a version of this workbook on the website for you guys, either a physical version, or you can purchase it digitally and print it out on your own. But this workbook is what I use to plan all of our Saturday sessions. And I have used this going back to October of 2021. So this is what I use to plan. So I will sit down like this one. This is my favorite authors list. I decide what I think I want to use, and then I make my list, because I have to do all this ahead of time, right? I couldn't possibly well, I could, but if I sat here and was trying to come up with things on my list and what I wanted to use, we'd be here for like 10 days. So once I kind of have an idea, these are my favorite authors, I look at that and go, oh yeah, well, I'm not really going to say much about those favorite authors, and there's not a ton of them, so that'll fit on one page. That's probably how I come to that conclusion. When we look at like this one from last week, the Visited Orlando list, well, I had some photos I knew I wanted to use, so I knew that one had to be a 2-page list. If kind of going back to this one for a second, with favorite authors, if maybe I have my 3 most favorite authors, and I want to just talk about why they're my favorite, and maybe I want to have a photo of the author, or maybe I want to have maybe a photo of one of my favorite book that author wrote. If I'm going to write a little bit more, that's probably how I decide that it's going to be a 2-page layout instead of 1. So no photo like this one. So I knew way early on that when I was going to do the Gen X list, I knew it had to be a 2-page list because there's so many things on my list, right? So it kind of really what is on my list is what's defining whether I'm going to have a 1-page or a 2-page. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. TU, you're totally right. Love Elsie. Way back in the day when she released scrapbook collections, like way back in the day, they were totally her own doodles. Now, if I thought that I was talented enough that my doodles were I would totally do that, but I'm totally joking here because like literally I can't draw. All right, so single page list, and this one's single page list because there just aren't that many milestones that are happening in this year for me since I'm doing it for 2024. If I was going with Elise's idea and I was doing like the milestones of my whole life, then it probably would be a 2-page list because I might want to talk about things a little bit more. All right, so I think I thought that I would use this little guy. So just fun little kind of celebratory little thingies on there. There's a little bit of gold foil accent. So I think we're gonna use that as the background. I need my trimmer. That's the one thing I did not get out yet. Where is it? Where is it? All right. So to start, I need to trim this paper to 4 3/4 inches wide. And I trim 4 3/4 inches wide. This paper I took from the Life of the Party 6x8 pad. So I pretty much always am using 6x8 pattern paper for my lists because small size, small scale, the pattern is scaled. So the pattern itself is smaller on the 6x8 than it would be if we were looking at a 12x12 paper. Because my inserts that I use are standard wide. Confetti, thank you, Lisa. That's the word I'm looking for, confetti. My inserts that I use are standard wide, 5 inches by 8.25. That's why I use a 6x8 paper, because small, small. I can take a 6x8 paper and trim it to 4 3/4 wide, and then when I adhere it into my insert, it gives me a little bit of a white border all the way around. All right, so this is a right facing page, so I'm going to corner round the right corners, upper and lower right corners. Let's get some white cardstock out, because I will write my list on white cardstock, right? That's pretty much what I always do. That is pretty much what I always do. I'm writing on white cardstock. So we need this to be, usually I just eyeball it and then it's always the same. Even when well, it's pretty much always the same even when I eyeball it. So that's probably going to be about 4 inches, nope, about 3 3/4 by 7. I think we're usually about 3 3/4 by 7. 3 3/4 by 7, like literally dead on. 3 3/4 by 7. That is what my list is usually done on, okay? So that will go there. That leaves me with a nice little kind of pattern around the outside. I can still see that really fun confetti paper, right? I'm gonna turn that over because my pencil marks are there. Now I'm doing white on a kind of off-white confetti background, right? Which tells me I need to do one thing, and this is just for me. I will do this. You don't need to do this, but this is for me when I do that, what it tells me. I need to ink those outside edges, okay? I need to add a little bit more definition to that white so it doesn't just kind of look funny. Joe just asked a question about my trimmer. Well, it new for me, yes. Let me bring that in. I have 2 Caterpillar trimmers. This is a Caterpillar Crop. It is a smaller version, so a little bit easier to take with you if you're going on a crop. Now, I don't know if I take it on an airplane, but that's why it has a little arm that comes out instead of the whole board here. The other one that I use, and when I'm doing a lot of cutting, like for a class or something, I have a bigger guy. Caterpillar reached out to me earlier this year and said, hey, we know that you use our trimmers. We'd really like you to help us promote them. And I said, okay. So in the description box of the video down below, you'll see a link to the Caterpillar website. You'll see a link to the Caterpillar website. And I'm trying to think of two things at the same time. With a coupon code. So there's a coupon code for 15% off if you use my coupon code. Now, if you buy that, if you buy anything from their website, I do get a little bit of a kickback, right? But it doesn't cost you anymore. But I will tell you, I have used this other trimmer of theirs, I would say probably going on 5 years, okay? This is the Caterpillar Pro. This is the one that I use all of the time. I've had that, like I said, for about 5 years. Just so you know, the way that I am, I would never promote something if I didn't use it. I get approached all the time from, I don't even know how people find, hey, we want you to, if we send you this dog bed, would you? And I'm like, I don't even have a dog. I'm not going to do that. So I only promote things that I use and believe in. All right, blueprint sketch. I think I like that because I'm looking at the blue on here, but also looking at the blue on the little cat's bow tie. So blueprint sketch, that is the ink color that I'm going to use. There it is. And I need, okay, hang on. Oh, this one goes there. All right, blueprint sketch. So I'm going to ink the edges. So I've got my little tool and I have my little blueprint sketch, little dauber here. I'm going to pull that off and get ink all over my fingers. Okay. Make sure I don't have too much on there. This is extra, right? Okay, just get that down. All right. I'm going to ink the edges. So that will kind of add some definition, separate the white from the off-white a little bit. Let's see. Joe Disney fan says she has the same Caterpillar. DG Man 76, and I love that trimmer too. I like the size and the blade mechanism. I will tell you, like I said, I've been scrapbooking, memory keeping, journaling, storytelling, all the same, list making for about 27 years when I was pregnant with our oldest son. And I have tried a gazillion different trimmers over the time. Really gazillion. You didn't even know gazillion was a number, did you? Lots of different trimmers. That Caterpillar Pro, that big one, has definitely been, that's it. For me, that is it. I bought that, I did buy it, the Caterpillar Crop, that smaller one, just because it's a little bit easier to bring in and out of camera on my work surface. But what I really love about it is that, that round blade. That round blade, and it's cutting metal against metal. So the blade cuts against that metal edge. And I will tell you, they're not cheap. They are not cheap. I don't know, they're before coupon, I think one is 100 and one is more than 100. The bigger one's more than 100. But I will tell you, like I said, that is a tool that I use every day. Anytime I'm crafting, I use it. So I believe in spending money for tools that that you use often, kind of like pots and pans, right? You can buy really inexpensive pots and pans, but if you cook a lot, you know, you get what you pay for. You get what you pay for. All right, put that back. All right, this little thing is one of the products on my website. It is a storage tool for your inks. If you are using the little daubers, those little foam pieces, this is a way to organize them and keep them all together. So that tool kit is the outside little box. You have 2 sheets of your little ink. So it comes in like 5 or 6 different options: Distress Oxide, Distress Ink, Stamp Market, Gina K. And I can really do anything because it's just changing the name there. But then you have, each sheet has 20 little squares. So your box will hold up to 40 of those. Also includes 40 pre-punched circles, because for your 40 spaces, and 40 of the little, 40 of your little hook and loop things, right? Well, that's the hook or the loop. I don't know which one it is because that sticks to the back of that. Anyhow, that's just a great way to organize all of your little guys. Okay. Okay. And there's also a video that shows you how to do all that, like how to create that. If you buy it, then how to kind of go through the process of, you know, doing all the things. Okay. I need to clean off my finger. I have ink on it. Vintage Scrap Girl, Christine Chapman. And you know, I love it when I'm not the one telling you this. I mean, I can tell you, but you know. Christine said, where did that go? Love my Color Pillar Pro I've had for 10 plus years and it still cuts perfectly. Yeah, it's quality on those trimmers is incredible. It is incredible. So if you're gonna buy one, don't go pay full price. Use my link because then there's a coupon code with it. You get 15% off. Treat yourself for National Scrapbook Day. Okay, so there we go. Look at the difference, right? You see how much that pops now? That pops as opposed to that. It just kind of gets lost. But with the blue, it totally pops, okay? That, if you haven't seen that before, those are my swatches for my inks, all my Distress Oxide inks. I have swatched using my Swatch This ink stamp set. So anytime I'm using ink, whether I'm stamping or inking edges or something like that, and I'm looking for a color, it's really easy just to do that as opposed to pull out all the blues to see which one in this case matches. All right, how are we doing, friends? How are we doing? Are you excited and celebrating today? Are you crafting for International Scrapbook Day? Are you crafting? Are you hanging out? Are you working? What are we doing? Gina, so Gina asked if I would make those for the mini daubers. Yes, Gina, I can make that happen. I just need to enlist Amy's help. Amy, some of you have heard me talk about Amy before. Amy, my friend Amy, has been doing work with me for the last, probably about 2 years. She is invaluable because when I say, hey, Amy, we're gonna do a new stamp set and here's my Photoshop document with all of my ideas, and then she takes that and breaks it all down and works with the graphic designer that actually takes all of my ideas and then makes it all fit and work. But she also does all the sourcing for me. So any of the products that I have done in China or overseas, Pakistan, we've had some things done in Pakistan. She does all of that. So it's actually Amy's idea, the little ink, the ink storage thing. And she brought that to me a couple of years ago and said, hey, I think this would be a great tool. Is it something you want to do? And I'm like, well, yeah, can I? And she goes, of course. So, yes, I will enlist her to kind of start thinking about that and to figure out how we'd make that work. I just have to write that down. Amy, the tiny ink storage. Okay. All right, and what, if you're wondering what that is referring to, I'll just show you really quickly. Where are they in here? Oh, here we go. Sorry, I've got my back to you. I hate to do that, but as I'm digging and looking. Okay, here we go. This will show you the difference between the two. This is the mini. Okay, that's what I have used. That's the mini. This is the tiny. Okay, see the difference between mini and tiny? This is a new product for Tim Holtz. Maybe the last 4 months or so. So this has been around for a while, mini, and now there's a little tiny. Really the difference is just having the smaller, if you're trying to get in smaller little spaces. Joy said, where is the coupon? Joy, in the description box of this video. And if you don't see it, shoot me an email and I will send it to you. Gracie, I love that. Gracie, you did mixed media with Vicky this morning. Oh, lovely. I love it, love it, love it. All right. Stacy says she likes the tiny so much better. And Gina likes the tiny better, and they're awesome for travel. Well, you know what? There you go. I haven't used the tiny yet. I have the tiny. I carry the tiny on the website. Sounds like we better move ahead with that ink storage for the tinies. All right, so I grabbed a little cat. That's a die cut. And then I thought this was super cute. This little thing that says time to celebrate. It's two little birds holding that little it's time to celebrate. So I thought maybe little cat goes there, and maybe it's time to celebrate goes right there. And then to keep this one simple, I thought I would just write under here 2024 milestones, and then I will make my list. All right. So I think I like those layered together like that. I am going to grab a little tool here. Highlighter tape. So I kind of have that where I want it. And I don't want to take, it's time to celebrate up, and then I don't want to take the cat up and then put adhesive on the cat and put the cat back down and then put it's time to celebrate and it get back down and assume that I have it exactly where I wanted it. So I'm just taking this highlighter tape. It is removable, repositionable tape. That's why you just saw me pull it from there, because you can keep using it until it doesn't stick anymore. It is meant for highlighting text in a textbook, or you could probably use it in a Bible as well. But really thin paper, right? And because it's designed for really thin paper and it doesn't pull the paper up when you lift it back up, works really well when we've got our little die cuts layered. And we don't want to have to pick them up separately and put the adhesive on and then get them back down in the same spot. So by just using that one little piece, I can now pull that up. Those two pieces now are one piece, right? They're exactly where I want them. One piece. Elise, are you still here? Does that look like your kitty that you told me about? I can't remember its name. It's not Honda, but it was something like that, right? All right. So I'm just adding a little bit of glue pen on there because it's kind of an odd shape. Whoopsie. Got lots of glue coming out. All right, now we'll flip that guy back over, and I'm using my tweezers so I don't get glue all over myself, right? Ooh, wait a minute. I need to make sure that the it's time to celebrate is even. Right? Even. There we go. Okay. Now I just pull that right back off, and I can put it right back down. You can see it's pretty. It's got lots of little sticky stuff on the back still, but there we go. It's time to celebrate our milestones for 2024. Angie said she loves the highlighter tape. She has several different colors. Oh yeah, MO, it was in the motor. That's right. I'm like, it was in the Honda motor though, right? Honda? Was that? No, Kia. Did I say that? Mitzi said, Layle, I have a cousin that gets her words twisted a lot and we love it. She will say, you pay what you get for. So that's the saying in our family. She loves it too. That's funny. I don't know. Sometimes I get to talking so fast, stuff just blurts out my mouth and I don't even know what I'm saying. Terry has a wedding in Terry. Yes, two, right? You had one at the end of last year. All right. So I'm going to say, oh, you know what? I might have to take that off when I'm writing. That's probably not going to work so well. Let's get that out of the way. So much for the fashion. That's got to go. 2024 milestones. Okay. So then let's take our little ruler. We're going to do a little separator here. Hello, dear.
Hi. You need me to help you do anything there?
Do I need you to help me do anything?
You need to draw a line there.
You know what? I'd really like it if you design my next list for me. I think we'd all like to see that, honey.
It's in the notebook today.
Oh, it's in the notebook that you designed?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Today would have been the perfect day. I should have had you lead us in a list. Would have been the perfect day to do that. Huh?
Well, you know what the list is.
What?
Of all the crazy things you do.
Of all the... Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Will you bring that fan over here? It's getting warm.
That's
That's actually one of the things on my milestones list. Nick and I have been married for 29 years. This month. You can tell, right? You can tell. Honey, guess what? It has got to be like right next to me. Thank you. Thank you for trying. He doesn't know what it's like to be a middle-aged woman going through menopause, right?
I have a pretty good idea other than getting a hot tub that I hear a lot about.
Oh no, yeah. Did you hear that? Yeah. I hear a lot about it. I'm pretty sure I've got a good idea of what it is. Yeah, no. Okay, let me have a sip of water, okay? Okay. Amanda said she needs a little ruler. You probably see me use that every time that I list, Amanda. I have those on the website. They're like $3 or something, but it's nice because it's a small, right? Especially if you're working directly in your insert, it's nice to have small as opposed to like a 12-incher. Okay. Okay. All right. 2024 milestones. So let me look at my list over here. I have 2 days worth of lists because we have more lists than will fit on one page. So let's see. My milestones are... Before I do that, I was going to put, well, I saw this guy. This guy was super cute, but well, actually, there we go. I like it. I was going to say it's too big, but I don't think it's too big at all. We're all about the celebrating, right? Because it's International Scrapbook Day. We're celebrating today. So there we go. Let's put that there, celebrate. There are some really fun, like look at, there's a little bottle of whatever. That could be champagne. It could be sparkling cider, right? Lots of fun little celebratory icons in that. Okay. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 things on my list. So that tells me I'm not going to do a run-on list. When I say run-on list, this is like a run-on. I generally, will do a run-on list if I have a lot more things to fit. Run-on list. They're just kind of one runs into the other, and I use a little bullet stamp to separate the two. This one will be more like a bulleted list or kind of a numbered list, okay? So I probably won't number them, but I'll just use a little stamp. We'll find a stamp. Or actually, maybe we might do little puffy stickers. Let's see. For each of the items on my list. Kristen just asked a question. Kristen said, can you explain digital stamps? Kristen, digital stamps, if you are doing any kind of digital scrapbooking or paper crafting or hybrid, so where your project is starting on a computer, let's kind of think about it this way. If you were in Word, even though it's not Word, but I'm just gonna try to use this as an example. If you were in something like Microsoft Word and you used like a little wingding, like a little emoji, and it put a picture, put like a little emoji or wingding into your Word document, and then printed that out, you would be like digital, doing something digitally. Or in that case, it would be hybrid because you started on a computer and then you printed it out. So it'd be a hybrid. It'd be a mixture of digital and then physical. The digital stamps don't work in a program like Word, but they work in a program like Photoshop or Photoshop Elements or any kind of digital, like photo editing type program. So it's a way where you can take, let's say this was a stamp, okay? Normally I would stamp that, and actually let's use a real stamp. Let's say this guy, that little camera is a stamp. So normally I would stamp that, it's physical. If I had a digital version of that stamp, I could be creating this list digitally where I'd have digital paper that I'd be using, and digitally I would go in and put that stamp down, and then I would like type in my journaling. It may never leave a digital format. I may have a whole bunch of digital scrapbook pages or digital lists on my computer. Or I may then print those out. So that's what a digital stamp is. Hopefully that explains. Hopefully that explains. Joe Disney fan, did I ever do a list of favorite songs? We've done songs in a couple of different iterations, Joe Disney fan. By decade, I think we did an 80s one. I did one that was college mixtape. So, but that's certainly one that we could revisit again. As just kind of all-time songs, right? Let's see. Okay, I think I got the question. So, and I love that you guys, if I miss a question, please, please, please restate it so I don't miss it. Okay, so I think we might use some of these. We'll see. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things on my list over here. The first one is, let's start with this. Let's see if we're going to use these. Let's make sure that we could have 8. Well, really, I could use any of these, I suppose, right? The party hat doesn't really work. The cupcake doesn't really work. I think we're gonna look for a stamp. Let's look for a stamp. So I am going to go to, I don't really have any mini icons that would work yet. So we've got fall, we have love, we have travel, we have holiday, we have winter, the new summer one, but I don't think, because they're super themey. So I think we're gonna go to our bullet stamps. Let's go to the bullet stamps. Let me grab those. All right. So let's see if we have something here. We have a balloon. We have oh, I'm pretty sure somewhere in here we have that's more like a wine bottle. Do we have, oh, look, there's kind of like a little cheers thing. I could use a little cheers thing. Bullets and more 3, bullets and more 2. I think we're going to go with, I'm going to do bullets and more 3 with the little cheers, with the little 2 like champagne glasses doing cheers. Okay, here we go. Cheers. There we are. And let's grab our little stamping stylus. So, stamping stylus, this is meant for your little teeny tiny stamps, like our bullet stamps. Crafty just asked a great question. Do I write out my lists beforehand? I do, Crafty. I kind of have to. If I was sitting down, like if I was you, Crafty, I might be making my list ahead of time. I might not, but I kind of have to have my list written down ahead of time, because if I don't, then I'd spend a lot of time here going, oh, okay, what are the milestones today? I spend too much time thinking. Although that kind of just, this would be kind of a fun idea. I'm going to go back to Blueprint Sketch. Some of you want to be creative. You may not have a lot of time to be creative. Maybe you kind of have to get things in and out in order to work. So a way that you could do something like what we do with our creative listing, you could kind of break it into 2 parts. Number one, really, if you had 5 minutes before bed, or you're in traffic, no, I shouldn't say in traffic. Let's say maybe you're doing carpool and you're waiting at the school to pick kids or grandkids up. You could just sit down and make your list like I do, like this. Milestones. So, whoop, oh my goodness, sorry about that. Just caught we just went for a little ride there. I just caught the cord. You could sit down and make your list, right? So maybe it takes you 5 or 10 minutes just to make your list. If you have to do your creativity or your crafting in 10-minute chunks, well, here you go. That could be one chunk. You make your list. The next 10 minutes, 3 days from now, you could kind of decide what you wanted to use and pull those things out. Then the last 10 minutes, a week from then, it may be to actually sit down and then like put something like this together. So you don't have to have a lot of time to do it, because you could kind of break it up into little chunks. Let's see. If it would help, wondering if it would help on this end. You know what? It might. I don't know. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put that to everybody else out there as a question. Do you make your list ahead of time? So if you know what the list topics are because you got the email, and you want to do this particular list. Let's say, for example, as part of you doing listing with me, do you normally write out your list ahead of time, think out the things ahead of time, and then sit down like I do with your list on whatever piece of paper and then make it? Or do you just do it all at once? That's a great question. That's a great little question. All right, so here we go. I put that stamp on the end of the stylus. So the bullet stamps are really teeny, right? That's super small. So if I try to put a small stamp like that, even on my smallest stamping block, right? Even on my very smallest stamping block that I have, which would be like this guy, right? That would work, but the smaller your stamp, the smaller a stamping block that you want, because it's going to be a lot easier to control. So that's what that guy is. Long, skinny, like a pen or pencil. You put your little stamp, your bullet stamp on there. There is a little sticker there that sticker is there for a reason, besides to tell you it's a stamping stylus and that's my little mascot. If you line your stamp up the way that you want it to stamp, in conjunction with the way that the squirrel is facing, and then you're always paying attention to where the squirrel is, your stamp is always in the same spot every time. All right, so there's that. If I line it up there and I stamp, then my little guys are always in that same little orientation, because I always make sure that my squirrel is facing that way, okay? So if you have a bullet stamp, a small stamp that has an orientation to it, that is a way to make sure it's always kind of in the same spot. All right, there we go. There's my first little guy. That one is, you know what I'm going to do? Sometimes these don't end up being even. So I think what I'm going to try to do is just do a little pencil line here, like that. And then I can erase later, but then that way I try to make sure it's even, you know, I don't, a little bit too far the other way. Okay, let's see what people are saying here. I want to answer this. Let's see. Write it ahead, yes, in advance. Gracie said I do if I have time, yes, in advance, and sometimes add from chat, which is a good point. Sometimes a list, like if we're doing a favorite songs list, maybe you have your list ahead of time, and then somebody brings up a song and you're like, oh my gosh, yes, I forgot, and then you're adding to your list. Zen Girls said, oh, I'm new here. Cute stuff. Email list. How do I sign up? Zen Girls, go to laylebymail.com. LAYLEBYMAIL.com. And you will see loads of links in the description box of the video. So one of those will take you to the website as well. And welcome. So nice to have you here. Julianne does her list ahead of time. At least, you know, scratches them out. Jacqueline ahead of time. Rose Oak one, I do it on a piece of paper first, and then a rough draft, and then sketch it out with papers and stickers and all that. Ooh, I love your process. Rainey said I try to write out some thoughts on the list, but if I don't have time, I create pages, then go back later for the list or create real time. I love it. You guys, I love all of your input. Thank you. And Crafty said thanks too. Kelly checks out the list titles first, then starts to make a list, but leaves some room for things I may not have thought of. Cindy, absolutely right, list ahead of time. So what I'm reading, and I think I'm going to continue to see the same thing, is that it sounds like pretty much everybody at least has some sort of idea what's on their list ahead of time before they're going to start, right? I think that's probably that's a pretty good representation. Wanda, I usually copy Layle's list pretty much. Okay, so Wanda, I love it. I know we have a lot of things in common, like the Gen X one. This one, don't copy this one, because this would be funny if you copied this one. That you and Nick have been married for 29 years. Oh, you guys, I have so many funny stories about situations like that, especially teaching in a foreign country where English is not their first language. And you think they understand what you're saying, and then later you realize they had no clue what you were saying. Oh my goodness. That's a story for another day. All right, so 2024 milestones. The first one, Nick and I will be married. This is our 29th anniversary. I'll just say that. Our 29th wedding anniversary. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of years, huh? Lots of years. Okay, I put the lid on because I got off track for a while. No surprise. I don't even know. Okay, so you see what just happened? I did not stamp exactly where I needed to stamp, okay? Well, it's not that. It's that I didn't get even pressure, and so this whole side of the stamp is not there. But guess what? I'm not going to worry about it because I can just cover it up with a sticker. So we're going to continue. We'll do the whole thing, and then we will finish. Then I'll fix it, okay? So we're okay. This year, the 4-year listing anniversary, that was another big milestone, right? The next one is the 5-year anniversary. April 1st was the 5-year anniversary of turning my side hustle into the full-time thing. So it's really the 5-year anniversary of Layle by Mail. Now, I was doing things before, but it was more as a side hustle. 5-year Layle by mail. Okay. Next up, we have, oh, it's a lot of, there's been big milestones in my business world this year. Also, the second idea book. Released my second idea book. Okay. Next up, we have, this one is going to, this one's going to take a little tiny bit more room. This one is the table, which is the restaurant where Jack works. The table nominated for a James Baird Award. So that is like being nominated for an Oscar, an Academy Award in the restaurant and food world. So that is that was a big thing. That was a big milestone for our son Jack. Big milestone. Next up, his girlfriend Kat is graduating college with her teaching degree. She'll be a teacher, like an 8th grade middle school science and math teacher, like a STEM teacher. So that is another big milestone this year in our family. Another one is Nick, my husband. This year, 33 years with McQueen. He has been in his job for 33 years, the same company. That is extremely rare this year, right? I mean, this year, that's extremely rare. No, that is extremely rare these days. That's a big deal, right? All right, the last one. Now, you know what? Your milestones can be big, your milestones can be small, your milestones can be whatever you want them to be. My last milestone I don't know, it might seem kind of silly. This year, actually in February, I hit 1 million miles on Delta Airlines. So I've traveled for all of my careers. I worked for AT&T for 8 years. I started a software company after that with 2 guys. Did that for 8 years. Did scrapbooking in and out of there, and then went back with those other 2 guys. They had started another company. I went back and worked for them. Always, always, always traveled. So that is over the course of all of my travels. And then in my crafting, scrapbooking world, travel and teach all over the world with that too. So lots and lots of travels, but that was another big milestone for me as well. So I just pulled that off because now that I'm done, I see that I have a little bit more room. I've got a little bit of white space there. So we're just going to pop that up. I will wait to erase that line for a bit. The Distress Oxide inks are a pigment-based ink. They're pretty much dry. They're dry now, right? That's dry. But I don't want to go in with an eraser quite yet because it could still be a little, and then I don't want it to smear. So I'll come back later and get rid of that little line. All right, so there is my 2024 milestones. One thing I think I'm going to do, this right here kind of gets lost. I have It's Time to Celebrate. We see that. We see Celebrate. We see all the things on my list. But that part is getting lost a little bit. So I'm going to do something to that. I am going to grab watercolor pencils. The Distress Oxide watercolors. And I am looking for Blueprint Sketch. There are 6 tins of all the colors. There we go. That one is in set 6. So these are watercolor pencils. I do not use them for watercolor. I do not do mixed media. It's just not me. But I love to be able to match my colored pencil with whatever ink I've done. So that's a little pencil sharpener there. And this is already sharp-ish. I don't think I've used this set yet. So let's grab Blueprint Sketch. First thing I'm going to do is I am going to do my little blue pencil right over that line. So I just brought in a little bit of color there, right? I have that color there. I have the color all the way around, but I just brought in a little tiny bit of color there. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to write over that title. So I'm basically going to trace that. I'm tracing it, and then I'll bring it up to the camera so you can see. All right, I'm gonna do a little bit of, get that a little bit sharper. So this, if you don't wanna invest in a whole bunch of different ink colors, but you have colored pencils, really any kind of colored pencil, this would be a way that you could bring color into any of your either writing or your stamping. So see that now it stands out a little bit more. I did purposefully, even though I didn't know I was going to do this, I would still do this. Let's just, let me write this here, test. I would still, even ahead of time, if I knew I wanted to do that, I would write in black first. Because I think it just looks a lot more finished. And it stands out more. So here we go on the left. I wrote in black and then wrote over it again in the blue, and that is just writing it in the blue. All right, so there we go. 2-hour mark. Thank you, Terry. We're good. Thank you. We're good on time. All right, I'm gonna look at your, let me look. All right. Hang on, because I just saw something. The milestones. 49th in August. I want to talk about milestones. Well, I'm going to start picking my things up for this list, and I'll put it in. But I want to talk while I'm kind of doing this, okay? So milestones. I want to read. You guys told me milestones. Let's see. Joy is celebrating her 49th anniversary in August. Congratulations, Joy. That is amazing. DG Man 76 celebrating 48 years. Oh my goodness. That is so, you guys, that's huge accomplishments, you guys. That is amazing. Carolee celebrating 51 years this summer. Andrew said, do you have a video showing the flip through of the This Is Us project kit? I love the concept of this, especially the stamp set. Not yet, Angie. I will. I'm not done with it yet. So there will be a flip through of it. Just stay tuned. Jean said, so many great milestones. I found you 4 years ago when you started the listing live. I love that, Jean. Love it. Wanda said, I do have a milestone. I haven't driven my car in 2 years because I was so sick. I drove for the first time yesterday. Well, Wanda, congratulations. I mean, first off, congratulations on not being so sick. But number two, that is a huge milestone, right? That is huge. So your milestones, you guys, if you're doing a list like this, you're defining what they are, right? Oh my goodness, I've torn out all the pages, or that page. You're defining what they are, right? It's your list. Wanda's, right, are the same thing, even though she said she copies most of my lists. That was so funny, Wanda. But what may seem like a big milestone to you may not seem like a big milestone to someone else. But it doesn't matter because it's your list. Like Wanda, if we didn't know Wanda had shared that, she might say, I drove yesterday, and we'd be like, wow, Wanda, that's a pretty big milestone. And she'd be like, oh no, I haven't driven in 2 years. And you're like, oh my goodness, that's a huge milestone, right? So that's the beauty, I think, of what we do. This is all in reference to you, right? It's not in reference to anyone else. So you are the one writing your list. You are the one telling your story. I would probably say for me, someone asked before, how I decide whether I'm doing a 1-page list or a 2-page list. That might be a thing that Wanda might have a 2-page list. She might have, these are my milestones, and one of them would be her driving. But then on the separate page, she might be just writing about why that is such a big deal and how it felt to drive. She might have a picture of her car, or maybe she had somebody take a picture of her inner car, or you can, even though in a lot of cases we're just doing like just the facts, you can totally expand, right? So one of the lists that we do later today, you will see me expand a little bit on some of the things. But excuse me, congratulations, Wanda. That is huge. That is huge. Yeah, drive freedom for sure, right? For sure. Angie said 1 million miles on Delta. Wow, do you get a reward for that? You do. They send you, you have special bag tags. You get, I don't know, like silver status for life or something, which is not much, but they send you, you can choose from like 4 different gifts. One is like a fancy bottle of wine and 2 wine glasses that say Delta. One was a backpack, a fancy backpack. Another one was a piece of, well, something that had a bunch of Delta pins on it. The one I picked was $1,000 credit at Delta, so I can use that towards a future flight. So yes, that's a, I mean, they don't have to acknowledge it at all. So I appreciated that. I will tell you what's really cool as I'm kind of finishing up here. Nick and I were on our way to Hawaii. Again, Nick, business, which I totally get to take advantage of, right? We were on our way to Hawaii in February, and it was during that flight that I hit the million. And one of the flight attendants that he was coming through and saying, what would you like to drink? And I said, I'd love to have, like, do you have a Prosecco or like, a champagne or something? And he goes, I was going to suggest that. And I'm like, what? And he said, well, you have just hit a pretty big milestone, young lady. I'm sure I'm older than he was. You've just hit a pretty big milestone, young lady. And I'm like, what? And he said, yes, you on this flight have just hit 1 million miles. So that was, here's the thing, and I don't know what different companies do, but the fact that Delta knew, that flight attendant knew that was happening on that flight. And then he said to Nick, and you just hit it earlier this year. He was saying to Nick, that means that ahead of time, those flight attendants, someone has told them at Delta, hey, these are the type of people, these are the people that are on the flight. You might want to, say something to them, which is pretty cool. That's a pretty cool kind of customer service thing, right? Okay. There we go. So I just added that to my insert. Oh, the last thing I need to do, I would like to say that this was May. I have 2024, right? So I didn't leave a lot of room for a date, so I'll just write this right here. Very small. May 24. Okay? Just a little small there in the corner. Let's see. Sarah, this fall, 30 years working with UCLA. Congratulations. That's awesome. Jeanette, her husband retired with 37 years as a firefighter. Long time for a first responder. Jeanette, you are so right. You are so right. 37 years as a first responder. Wow. Thank your husband for his service. That's amazing. That is amazing. Angie's been at the same job at her local hospital for 32 years. Amazing bosses and coworkers makes a huge difference, right? Pam is retiring in June after 35 years in education. Pam, thank you for your service, because that's a totally different type of service. Oh my goodness. Hi, Under the Willow Tree. Nice to see you. Scrappy Miss has been in her current profession 25 years, but not all the same job. Congratulations. Patricia's celebrating 52 years in October. Colleen, her milestone is 18 years, 1.25 months cancer-free. Colleen, congratulations. That is amazing. That just has to feel so good. In 18 years, that's amazing. And I love that you said that. There are some people here that are just starting that journey that no one chooses, right? So it's very, I think it's very positive to see that happens, right? I love that. Lord Salex retired almost 11 months after 42 years working in health. TK, I'm like, Lord, okay. TK, your son's YouTube is like Jack's YouTube. It's like, what is that? She's TK at her son's house. TK is retired almost 11 months after 42 years working in healthcare. TK, thank you for your service. That's amazing. I love seeing all these milestones, you guys. Thank you. Leonella's been nurse for 11 years and married for 9 years. Congratulations, congratulations. Those of you that are saying you're retired from something, congratulations on your retirement. Dandy is turning 50 in the fall. That's a huge milestone. Marilee, 30 years together with hubby, also 30 years teaching all at the same school. Amazing, you guys, I love it. Zen Girl celebrating 2.5 years, not working 7 days a week for 9 years. What a great way to put that, right? What a great way to put that. And that's a totally different way than you might, than we've been talking about milestones, right? You are celebrating a milestone of putting yourself first after not having had done it for a long time, right? Joy, first grandbaby in August. Lori, congratulations. Happy anniversary. 27 years today. Julianne turned 70 last month. It hurts so bad. Kristen, another year cancer-free. Congratulations. Oh my goodness. 3 great grandchildren, possibly forthcoming. Another of my milestones, being retired for 1.5 years. Colleen, congratulations. She's loving it. Nancy, my milestone is to see my son get married. I had him at the age of 42 and prayed I would live long enough to see a special day. I made it. You know what I love, you guys, about all of these milestones that you guys are sharing? They're all different, right? Some of the milestones are about you. Some of the milestones are about you with someone else in your life. Some of your milestones about other people in your life, which is really good. I love it. I love it. Let's see. We're talking about flying. Scrap and all, Gina said, is going on my honeymoon in June considered a milestone? Yes. Yes. Are you going this June or last June? Guess what? Your milestone could be that you got up at 7 a.m. for one day, right? You guys, it's your milestone. You get to decide what's a milestone, right? That's the best thing. You get to decide what a milestone is. Maybe you've been trying to quit caffeine and you've been caffeine free for 3 days. That's a milestone, right? Or quit caffeine this year. Or I've gone 1 year and 2 days without caffeine, or, whatever it is. Or you may even try to eat your vegetables and you've had vegetables every day this week. Mitzi, 22 years dental hygienist. 34 years in accounting for Pamela Grant. Nancy, living another day as a milestone. Have fun each and every day. So wise. So wise. So wise. Nicole, milestone. I love it. Nicole said, get to meet Layle in person at Simple Stories in September. Oh, we're going to have so fun. We're going to have so much fun. Okay, friends, our second list for today. Now, don't be scared if you just got here and you're like, oh my gosh, it's been 2 hours and 18 minutes and we only did a 1-page list. We did a lot of talking at the beginning because we got to talk about what this day means and how we, as maybe not scrapbookers, right? Although I say that everything that we do is scrapbooking, you may just call it something different. But why this day is fits for us too, in terms of our documenting and storytelling. So we talked about that. Then we also had to look at the 6 brand new stamp sets, right? So we've been busy. Our second list. Oh. Actually, I've only done 2 prizes. I have 6 more prizes to give this morning, so we better get on it. I'm going to do another prize in a few minutes. And if you were just joining, the way you participate in the live prizes is through the chat. So you leave comments in the chat, leave a little chat message in the chat, and in a few minutes, I will scroll up wherever my finger stops. That will be the person that wins. And you know what? I think we'll do 2. We'll do 2 right now. There is another way there's actually 2 more ways to participate in prizes. The after party prizes, you leave a comment on the video when it's over. And then I will do separate prizes for those. So we do the same thing this morning. This morning session, we have live prizes and after party prizes. This afternoon session, we have live prizes, after party prizes. And then there's a prize in the Facebook group, okay? The Layle by Mail Facebook group. I would like you to post a photo of what you are working on today in the Layle by Mail Facebook group. On Monday morning, I'm going to draw 1 random lucky winner to win the entire brand new May stamp release, all 6 sets. Okay, so there's lots of opportunities for prizes today, friends. Lots of opportunities. All right, so I just put away Life of the Party, and I am now pulling out Fresh Air. Fresh Air. I'm pulling out Fresh Air because our next list is about last month. So before I get too far, let me stop. And first prize goes to Karen Haynes. Karen Haynes. Karen, I think in our all day or in March you won a prize too, right? Karen. Oh, Karen, next up. Karen, you win a $50 gift certificate, shopping spree, whatever you want to call it, to the website, to laylebymail.com. Congratulations, Karen. Shoot me an email and I will shoot you a code to use. Okay, so Karen won the first prize. The second prize is, hang on, where is it? It is not this little thing. No, where is it? It is my, oh, here it is. Don't mind me, I'm getting myself confused. Second prize is, and then I need to talk about one more prize. Second prize is the new Listing with Layle Idea Book Volume 2, okay? And that one goes to Jacqueline Lieb. Jacqueline, if you already have that, because I know some of you have that, obviously. If you already have it, well, either way, shoot me an email, laylebymail at gmail.com. In the subject line, put Idea Book 2 winner and your address. If you already have the idea book, then let me know and I'll just give you a $25 code to use for purchase on the website. All right. So that one goes to Jacqueline. One of the after party prizes for this morning's session, after party, leave a comment on the video when it's over. All of my leftovers to the Life of the Party collection. So, and when I say leftover, like I didn't use those, right? So you have the 6x8 pad, the 6x12 stickers, the die cuts, the puppy stickers. So whatever I didn't use, which was a lot because I did one list, right? That is one of the after party prizes. Okay. Oh, let me put this back on my little stand because it's right here on my little stand, so it helps me remember. It sits right in front of me like that. So I remember to give the prizes. All right, there's still 4 prizes, like live prizes that we'll do before we're done with this session. Okay, have a quick hydration, friends. Quick hydration. Janine said, just finished my milestones list. Didn't even realize the things I listed. So a lot of times what we do when we're listing, it's bringing out things that we don't even realize. Like, maybe you think milestones. Well, I have no milestones this year. Like it's only April or it's barely May and I've done nothing and I'm worthless and I'm not a good person and I do nothing and I have no milestones. And then what do you know? Here we are, we're listing and you're like, oh my gosh, I did that. I've done this. This is happening this year. So, yes. I love that you said that. Didn't even realize the things I listed. It's a way for us to kind of take a second look and go, oh my goodness, look at all the things I did. I'm a good person. We're all good people. Sometimes we just need to remind ourselves of that, right? Sometimes we need to remind ourselves of that. And I'm here to help you do that. I'm here to help you remember. All right, let's see. I've just got to scroll a lot now. Carolee, that's a great one. My husband has been cancer-free for 2 years. Congratulations. Jane Noel, I don't know how to pronounce that, so I'm going to say Jane Noel, said, I worked in customer service with United. My favorite thing was bringing thank you notes to million-mile achievers. I love that. Love it. Zen Girl says, I've got to run over to the website, cuteness stuff. Yes, you guys, if you don't know, and I never want to sound like a broken record, but you can shop as much as you want. Everything I'm using, you'll see on the website at laylebymail.com. Ms. L, your husband's been cancer-free for 1 month. Oh my goodness, congratulations. That is huge. That is huge. I can only imagine what you guys are going through and have been going through, but 1 month, that's awesome. That is awesome. Jody, I'm smoke-free for another year, 14 years this year. Jody, congratulations. That one could have gone on my list. It totally could have. I think I'm 7 years, maybe 7 years this year. I don't know. That's a hard one, right? Well, a lot of the things, the cancer is hard, but congratulations. That's a rough one. Dawn, you and your husband both had it. Dawn, I know you did. I don't. You may have mentioned both of you. I can't even imagine. Can't even imagine. Karen, a milestone for her. It's her 40-year anniversary of graduating high school. Medical miracles are awesome. Absolutely they are. Jane Noel said, Layle, you always make me realize all the happy I have in my life. You know what? Sometimes we just have to look for it, though. Sometimes we have to look for it. All of us do, right? All of us do. Believe me, it's not all rainbows and butterflies at my house every day. It's not. Just ask Nick. Oh, yeah. We've got to look for the happy sometimes, right? We have to look for the happy, but it's there. It's always there. You have to look for it. All right. So our next list is About Last Month. About Last Month is a list that we do once a month. We do it the first Saturday that we are together in a new month, and this is the first Saturday we're together, so that's what we're doing. About Last Month is, let me just get that over there. I'm trying to keep those out of the way because they totally glare under the lights. About Last Month, let me find it for, there we go. This was my About Last Month for March. I have been doing an About Last Month list. August will be 4 years. So I have almost 48 lists of like this, lists like this going back every month for 4 years. So basically what we do, I pick photos. I print the photos out ahead of time. I have ahead of time my list so I know what's going on here. I use a stamp set that I've designed for that year. So the one that we're using here, this is the 2024 About Last Month. That stamp set changes every year, but basically the whole idea stays the same. Photos, a little bit of decoration. I'll tell you what just happened here. Hang on. Photos, a little bit of decorating, and then a little bit of stamping and a run-on list. So that is the way that I do my primary, like, day-to-day memory keeping every month. I know that if I have that down, I have photos, I have what happened. Anything I do beyond that is gravy, right? If I do scrapbook pages about our trip to Carmel last month, that's just gravy. But here I have it documented. It is easy because it's pretty much the same format every time. I'm writing about what happened, but it's list format, so it's just the facts. And for me, it's guilt-free because I do this every month without question. And so it's not, if I haven't scrapbooked all the photos and the layouts that I wanted to do about our trip to Carmel, for example, it's okay because I know I at least have it documented somewhere. Then when I have the time, I can do whatever extra I want. So kind of the guilt-free, manageable, that's About Last Month. So what just happened here? I just lost some of my pages. That is not uncommon. And if that happens, don't think that you did something wrong. The more that you start to add to your inserts, the fuller it gets, right? And so your little staples, if you have a staple bound insert, can only hold so much. Eventually, those staples will, the paper will be how do I say this? There's too much stuff in there. So the paper comes out from the staples. So this will continue to stay this way until I'm done with the entire insert, until I'm done filling the insert. I'm not going to deal with it until the end because once it's full, I then come back and do this. I take off the cover, pull out the staples, and then I put a new cover on. Okay, that's just scrapbook paper. I put new cover on that is now wider, right? It's wider because what you'll start to see is those pages now start to come out because it's too full. I make a new cover that is wider and then I just stitch it all together. Okay, I hand stitch it with wax thread and a needle, a blunt needle. So there's a process video here on my website that kind of shows you how I do that, but as I'm working on it, it's just what happens, okay? It's just what happens, and if you're really adding anything, there's no way to prevent that. So, all right, About Last Month. So I have printed out my photo, or in this case, my photos. This is a single 5x7 photo, okay, 5x7, but it has 5 photos on it. Actually, that's not the one I want, because I printed that one first. Here it is. I printed that one first and then ended up reprinting it, okay? So let's talk about how I did it, and then let's talk about why I reprinted it and why there's still a big space there. The printer that I use, the photo printer I use, is the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. It is an amazing little printer. It prints 3.5x5, 4x6, and 5x7. I have it linked in the description box of the video down below. It'll take you to Amazon where you can get that. I've been using the printer about 5 years. There are a ton of people here that have been using the printer that will tell you the same thing I do, that it's amazing. It's an awesome little printer. One of the tools that makes the printer, in my opinion, so great is the app that goes with it. The app that goes with it is called the Epson Creative Print app. It is an app that has a whole bunch of pre-configured templates. So when you think of a pre-configured template, think like this. Oh, I don't want to do that there. Oh, that's for next week. Okay, well, let's just pretend here. Don't mind the X. So the pre-configured template might look like that, where it would then on one photo print 1, 2, 3, 4 pictures. Okay, or you might have another one that looks like that. That would fit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on one print. So a whole bunch of different pre-configured templates like that. So you open up the app, you pick which pre-configured template that you want, you pick which photo size that you want, and then you just put your pictures in there. So literally you say add photos, and then you're, the way that I do it from my phone, but you can also do it from a computer. And then it has access to the camera roll on my phone, and I just pick the photos and put it in. There is a video that I filmed a couple months ago here on my YouTube channel that shows you how to use that app, and also shows you how to do some things that I've learned over the years that I think make the whole process of doing this much easier. Okay, so that's out there on my YouTube channel. So I picked the template, picked the size, put my photos in. Now, when I do these, I always like to leave some space down here so I can add a little bit more of a decoration. So that's why I left that there. Originally, I had started with this one, and I went, well, that's not going to work. That's like one real super tall, skinny space for decorating. That won't work. So I printed it again. And all I did, the way I left that space, this template has room for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 photos. I just didn't put a photo down there. Okay? So starting with that. That I need to trim down a little bit, okay? I need to trim it down a little bit. It is a 5x7. I have previously said that my inserts that I use are standard wide. They are 5 by 8.25. So you might say, well, 5x7, 5 by 8.25, why do you have to trim it down? We lose a little bit with the staples, right? We lose a little bit with the binding. So let's try. Grab this out, and I'm going to cut a little bit off of both edges. One of the things that the template does, I think that's kind of cool. Oh, I got you, Colleen, 12:34. Thank you. I got my angel time. About half the time I see it, half the time I miss it, right? Mitzi, I just saw. Your husband had a bone marrow transplant 13 years ago, going strong so far. That's amazing. Congratulations. Wow. All right. So there's my photo. All right. There's my photo. Oh, I know what I was going to say. I got so sidetracked by the chat. That's not uncommon that happens. One of the cool things about the template, when you print your photos, you can have the white space in between the photos or not. You can also change how much white space is between the photos. You can actually also change that color, so it's not white space. It could be black space or blue space, or I show you how to do all that in the video. But I just do that. I always have a white space in between because I like that look, and then I always leave space there. All right, so this is always goes on the right page, or yeah, the right page. That's just me. It always goes on the right page. All right, so that's my first step. I've already picked the photos and printed out the photo, right? Because that's where I always have to start. Because a lot of times that's going to drive the colors from there. So let's go ahead, oopsie, sorry. Add my adhesive and get this guy usually right in about there. I like to leave a little bit of space at the top and then definitely space at the bottom, okay? And from here, we are looking at, whoopsie, Fresh Air. So, Fresh Air collection from Simple Stories, nice and springy. It is linked in the description box of the video down below under the what I'm using. Well, pretty much everything what I'm using you'll see linked under that. Or if you go to laylebymail.com and you'll see what I'm using. You just got to look for it a little bit. Okay, so I have rub-ons, I have stickers, and I have washi. That is what I'm going to use for this list. So I'll use some kind of combination of that washi, rub-ons, and stickers. So generally when I do this type of list, let me just show you. Well, we'll take a look at, we'll look at this idea book. So and if you're kind of new and you don't know idea books, I have two idea books. And the idea books, the first one was 20 through 2022, all of the lists that we did on Saturdays. So that is the original idea book, that's 20 through 22, all of the lists that we did. And this one is for 2023. So what I am doing here is, I just want to show you in all of the About Last Month lists. Okay, all of the About Last Month lists. So these would be About Last Month lists from 2023. Basically, you'll see they all kind of follow that same format. I've got photos, I have my stamped title, basically the month and the year. But I'm always doing those with no pattern paper. I am always doing them directly on the insert itself. And that's just the way that I like to do them, but that's kind of part of my process. So once I figure out my photo and the colors I'm using there, then I start to bring in the collection. So with the collection, decided we were going to do that. I know I want to do a little bit of washi. So I need to, you know what, I'm going to take this out, because that is going to start to cause some issues. Oh, Zen Girls, yes. Zen Girls, I'm curious, how did you find me? I'm always curious as to how people find me. Because you did tell us you're brand new. Yes, two idea books. Okay, one thing I need to say about the idea book, and I know many of you have both of these. For me, what I think, and I can say this, the coolest thing about the idea books, with the idea books, and this is with both of them, you have the link to the video. So all of these were made live on our Saturday sessions. You have the link to the video where I made that. So if you wanted, you could go, you're like, ooh, I want to see what she did here. I want to see how she made that. You could go access that video from February 25, 2023. Fast forward to the 2 hour and 52 minute mark. That's where I start making that list. When you purchase either of the idea books, you automatically get an email with the digital version of the idea book. So if you want to go see that list, you pull up the digital version of the idea book. That's a hot link. You click it, it takes you to that video. You fast forward to the 2 hour, 52 minute mark. Okay, so I want to do washi. So I need to kind of put washi down first before I start adding things over here. So if I have both of these, I pulled out 3, and I know I don't want to use 3 because 3 will be too much. It'll be too big. So I kind of need to decide what I want to go here before I pick. It's going to be the floral for sure, but I don't know which of those two will be an accent. So I kind of feel like I need to decide what I want to add here before I put the washi down. So I already know, let me look at my sketch again. I have flowers, a sun, and a frog. That's what my sketch tells me. So this frog, is it this frog or is it the die cut frog? I think it's the die cut frog I wanted to use. I love the little, oopsie. Sorry, friends. That was quite loud. Here we go. It's the die cut frog. I like this little die cut frog. I think he's so cute. So I think we need a little frog in there. So that's a die cut. I want to add the sun. So I would like to add the sun. So I'm going to use the sun from the stickers. I like the clouds too, but then that will kind of leave some extra space here, right? So this is what I'm going to do. I am going to take my scissors. Since these are stickers and I can't really just move them around, I can't like put them down like a die cut and then pick it back up again. We're just going to cut the stickers away and we'll just kind of get an idea here. Like if I wanted to put that there, and I have my little frog, and then if I want to do a couple of little clouds here, okay, those don't have to be together. I obviously won't have a cloud below the sun, but maybe if we do a little cloud or sun and we do a little cloud there, and then maybe a little cloud around it too. So we've got maybe two little clouds in our little sky. And then we need something there, right? So I was thinking maybe some flowers there. Now, actually, what if we did this flower? If we move our frog over here a little bit, move our frog over here, this flower. Now, this is the scale of this is just going to be wonky, right? Because obviously the sun is giant in real life and the flowers are not giant in real life, right? So what if we did kind of that there? We can come back in with our little clouds in there somehow. Our little frog can go here, and then we just need to fill in that space. So I think what we're going to do, we're just going to do it. We're just going to do it, right? We've got an idea of, oh my goodness, okay. Be careful what you're doing, because look what I just did. Zen Girl said, searched YouTube scrapbooking live. I couldn't find people I'm following. I'm a scrapbooker, but this looks super fun. I love that, Zen Girl. So guess what? We're scrapbooking, right? Sometimes we use photos, sometimes we're not, but we're scrapbooking. We're journaling, we're memory keeping, we're storytelling, we are scrapbooking. Somebody asked, that reminds me, if I was ever going to go back to 12 by 12. Mary said, just random question, will you ever go back to 12 by 12 scrapbook again? I stopped in 2017 and I've never looked back, loving the smaller sizes. Mary, I probably won't. Honestly, for me, and it has to do with just a different stage of life. I did a lot of 12 by 12 scrapping when our boys were young, a lot. I mean, that was what I did. As they got older, I still did a little bit of 12 by 12 scrapbooking, but started transitioning a little bit more to maybe mini books, smaller format. But then when they were like high school and then graduated high school and kind of left home and did what kids do, I had to figure out a different way to kind of do my documenting. And for me at 12 by 12, it just didn't work for kind of my life anymore, you know? I don't know if I want those clouds now because I was going to put the clouds underneath there. I don't know if I can get back under there because it's a sticker. So I don't really, I mean, I'll never say never, right? Oh yeah, I'm not getting back under there. I will never say never, but I probably won't. Okay, so we got to find some more things to work in here, right? Because now I've kind of left some big white spaces and maybe we'll just do another little flower up here. There we go, that's cute. That flower's going there. I really wish I'd put something in there because I have that trapped white space in there that is not making me happy. Oh well, it is what it is. It is what it is. So sometimes if you think, oh, I only need stickers, I don't need die cuts. Well, sometimes die cuts are easier, right? Because in that case, it would have been much easier if I had die cuts. Because I could have just laid them down until I knew what I wanted, and then I could move on from there. That guy's cute. We might use him somewhere. All right, let's look in here and see. These are the die cuts. Oh, I like that. These are some of the die cuts. Let me look. Let's see what we have in here. What we might want to use in there. Okay, that one that says lovely day, I'd like to use that maybe. Let's see, because those were lovely days. Now, the part of my issue here is last time I used this collection, I did not put it all away. I didn't put everything back in their little things. Hey, okay. Oh, well, all right. That doesn't really work. But what if... Lovely day. I'm going to try something. It's kind of long. It's kind of a little bit too long for me. So what if I separate it? We're just going to kind of cut it, that lovely part off, and then clean up the day a little bit so it doesn't look so funky. Lovely day. So I haven't forgotten about our little frog. Don't worry. Oh, that white space is going to drive me crazy. Lovely day. Yeah, no. Sometimes it comes really easy and sometimes not at all. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just not happening. So we know that's not working. All right, let's see what else we have that we can pop in there. What else might we have to pop in there? Not that. Let's look for some small stickers. Little circles. Just a Girl on Her Paper, Lindsay H. You did make part 1. You made it. You made it. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, what about this? Days like these. Be gentle pulling that off. I am so impatient. Aha, look it. We just had to look a little further. Oh, okay, before I do days like these, I need to figure out my washi, right? Remember how I said I wanted to do washi, and I want to do 2 washies. But if I have the yellow on top, I think if I do the yellow on top, there's maybe too much yellow in there. But if I put this here, that's there too. I feel like I want to do this blue. All right, I need to put this up here for a second. Just as a hang up there. Look, it's right there. I'm going to hold that up there for a second because I think I decided I wanted to do these 2. But they're both the same width, and I don't want to use those as the same width. So I'm going to grab a small trimmer. Oh my goodness. Wow. Hang on. Something just fell out at me. Get that back there. Okay, I need a small trimmer. Here we go. Small trimmer. All right, so both the same width. I like that they're contrasting pattern, but they're both the same width, so that's not working so well for me. So what I want to do is I am going to come back here. I want that one to be, that's kind of the A pattern, right? That's a stronger pattern. This is kind of the supporting pattern here. So I'm going to trim this down to make it about half the width of that one. Veronica, I've been scrapbooking for 20 years and I'm doing a huge purge of paper, embellishments, etc. I have so much stuff. Collect more than I scrap. What do you do with all your supplies? Help. Veronica, I'll tell you what I do. I've also worked for 3 different manufacturers over the years and also been on lots of design teams. So lots of product. At one point I was trying to keep it all because I thought, oh, I love this. I need to keep it all. And I told myself I can't do that. So I actually have Denise that works for me. Her daughter is a teacher. And so there is a bin that sometimes if I have one extra of something on the website and I just decide we're done with it, it goes in that bin. If I have a couple of sheets of paper left over from a kit, it goes in that bin. That bin fills up probably every other week, and that bin then goes to Denise's daughter, the teacher. She loves to use that product with her kids at school. She said when Denise takes it to her daughter takes it into the office at school. Before hours or after hours, they'll announce over the intercom system that the stuff is there. And she said within minutes, it's gone because the teachers all just love it. Now, whether they use it for school or whether they use it for themselves, I don't care. I just want it to be used, right? So that's what I do with it. I would encourage you guys, if you have in the chat, if you have things that that you do other than donating it like that to school, please share. Please share, because that would be awesome. Okay. One thing about that too, and for me, is that the more stuff I have is not always the better. That's why I like today. I said, hey, everything I have left over now from this Life as a Party collection, I'm going to give away. Because the more I have, the more it jumbles up in my brain, and then the harder it is for me to find something that I want to use, right? Sometimes more options, not better. Okay, so what I'm going to do with this washi, I am putting it on my trimmer. I'm just lining it up with that first little line on my trimmer. So this line right here is to the right of the blade. This over here is to the left. So now all I'm doing is that, and now I have two different widths of washi tape, okay? So that one is a little bit wider than that one, so I have two different options. But that is great, especially sometimes you get washi tape that's super wide and you're like, this is way too tall. What am I gonna do with this? Especially if you're working in something small, like on a tag or a card or on a traveler's notebook like we do. Just do that with your trimmer. The nice thing about doing that with your trimmer is that it's a perfectly straight line, right? It's a perfectly straight line, which I like to have. All right, so now that we've done that, let's take this, our original roll, and this is all fresh air that we're using. I'm gonna take that and start down there like that. And I need this to go about all the way over to here. Now, I really should have put that down before, oh my gosh, that's almost perfect. I really should have put it down before the base, but I didn't really know what I was doing, so that works. What I need to do here, I need to separate that. That is one strip of washi that is spanning both pages, and I don't want that to happen. So I've just taken out my little X-Acto knife and I've separated that. You don't want to leave things connected on your spread because as your traveler's notebook insert grows, it's going to make it really difficult for those pages to turn. So separated it. All right, so there's my first one. Now, let's see. Do we want to do the skinny one or the little thicker one? Let's look. I think I want to probably do this little skinnier one over here. Let's see. Teacher friends. Oh, I love it, Veronica. Teacher friends. There we go. Amy said my church is a preschool and they love it. Wanda also said school or church. Dawn said as a former teacher, I thank you. What a wonderful idea. Let's see. Oh, Gina, Disabled Artist Foundation. Now, Gina, I don't know anything about that. How would someone find out more about that in their area? Like, how do you tap into that? I will tell you also, there are some organizations that are card makers. They make cards for service people that are maybe overseas and not with their families, for people in nursing homes. There's a woman, I don't remember her name, but I have it in my email. She reached out recently and said, hey, I am a volunteer for an organization. I haven't responded back to her yet, so if you're here, just know I got it. I'm part of an organization. We make quilts for service members, and we hand make quilts. And with the Remember collection, because she knows when I'm done using a collection, a lot of times I say, hey, I'll do it as a giveaway. She said, I would love for our organization to be able to use your extras from the Remember collection. So there's another, like when I get around to it, I will send that to her because I have way more than I need, right? I have way more than I need. And I would like to be able to share. So there you go. Okay, so I've got a little white space here and a little white space there. So I just need to fill those in. I just need something small, something small, something small. Let's look in the sticker book. We also have rub-ons. Rub-ons maybe. Oh, that maybe we'll... Actually, we're going to go with the rub-ons because there are some little tinies. Look at those little tiny guys. I think I need a little tiny guy there and a little tiny guy there. So, rub-ons. Rub-ons, rub-ons, rub-ons. Memory care. Yes, Jody, memory care. I love that too. Heather, I love that. Heather said, I just finished my first about last month and posted it on the Facebook page. So fun. I love that you posted. So I think the reason Heather posted, if you missed it, hang on, I'm looking for my stapler. If you missed it, I'm asking you guys to share what you're working on today in the Layle by Mail Facebook group by sharing a photo. And on Monday morning, I will draw one random lucky winner to win the May stamp release. So all 6 stamps. Okay, so rub-ons. I'm going to use a few of these little teenies to kind of fill in my spaces here. Rub-ons are, they kind of remind me of like little tattoos, like back in the day. I don't know if they still have them, but I'm gonna call it Jack in the Box, not Cracker Jacks. Cracker Jacks had the little tattoo that you'd like put a paper towel of water and it would transfer to your hand. Rub-ons are basically transfers, okay? So they're super sticky stickers. That's the back of the rub-on. But not really a sticker, more like a transfer. So what I'm going to do, when you open a package, so for Simple Stories, there are 2 6x8 sheets. Each sheet has a little backer behind it, and then there's a piece of white in between the two. So what I do, anytime I open up a new sheet of rub-ons, I always, the very first thing I do is I staple the rub-on or transfer sheet to the protective backer behind it, okay? So the protective backer behind it makes it so those rub-on transfers don't come off because it's kind of slick and shiny. If I keep those two together like that, then my rub-ons aren't going to be over here and accidentally get separated, the transfer sheet from the backer sheet, and then I end up with rub-ons where I don't want them. So it's my first part of the process, right? I do that. Now, I have a couple of these little small rub-ons that I'd like to use. So I think right here I might want to put a little heart. How about that pink heart? So now what I do, I come in and I cut this away from the sheet. It is much easier, especially when I'm working with this little teeny tiny rub-on, much easier to cut it away from the sheet and just use that, as opposed to try to put this whole sheet here and only get, actually that one wouldn't be that hard because it's right off to the side, but I have to be careful. If I am kind of doing this to rub on and I press really hard on one of these other ones, I would transfer that somewhere where I don't want it. So that's my process. You may have a different process, not everyone's process, but that is my process. That's the way I like to do that. So if we put that there, that kind of fills in that spot. I'm holding onto it with my finger, and that part is really important. Little popsicle stick comes in the bag, and I am going to rub that on. Now, super important that I'm holding on to it, because if I'm not holding on to it, as I am rubbing that on, chances are that's gonna start moving around, and then my heart's gonna have, I'm gonna have a broken heart because it's gonna have little cracks in it by moving around. So I'm holding on to it, right? Holding on, I think it's all rubbed on. Now, I'm still holding on when I do this. I wanna make sure that the whole thing transferred and it didn't leave a little color on that transfer sheet. So I'm taking my little, ooh, hang on. That's not moving, but I just noticed I still have ink on my tweezers from when I pulled that thing off. I don't want blue on there. Okay, so now, still holding on, I am going to lift up that edge, start to slowly peel it back and make sure that everything is transferred. It has, but if it hadn't all transferred because I'm still holding on, I could lay it back down. It's in the same place. I'd use my little rub-on stick, rub it, pick it up, and continue to do that until it's all transferred, but that's transferred. So there we go. And then I think maybe we will do, let's do a couple more of these little flowers. That's one sheet. Where's my other sheet? Where's my other sheet? So rub-ons used to be super popular way back in the day, like back, oh my gosh, I'm gonna say probably like 2003, 2004, 2005. That goes back to when I was working for Scenic Route Paper Company. Back then, if you guys remember Making Memories always did a ton of rub-ons. There were lots of manufacturers back then doing rub-ons, but then they kind of stopped. They just kind of went away for a while, and now they're back. A couple of different manufacturers. Ooh, okay. So I thought I wanted to use that, but now I don't because it's too much the same size as that guy. So I don't know what I just did with that backer. I could try how I could preserve that. Oh, hang on. So there's my little garbage. I know I don't want to use that. And I don't know where that one backer went, but this is the backer from the heart. So I could probably, if I had an extra rub-on sheet somewhere, where I had some of the extra backer, I'm gonna just try to do that and then staple that back together. Because if that sheet, if that rub-on is not part of that little sheet, then that's just gonna end up coming off on something else. So we'll try, we'll see if that works. Okay, so too big. That scale was too big. So I need some of my little smaller guys again. So let's come back to here. What if we did, I don't want to use orange because I used orange up there. We might have to use just like this little heart again up there. We can have more than one heart. I didn't want to use that orange because then there'd be two oranges next to each other. All right, here we go. My little heart can go here. And we'll rub that little guy on. My frog is, I better put this frog over here because I need to use him. We'll put him like right there or something. But if he, I'm going to forget about him. I don't want to forget. He's just so cute. Okay, that transferred. Now I just need something like right in there because it's just big old white space, right? And I've got some, it's just, it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, how about this little blue one? I think this little blue one is nice. Okay. What are we looking at? 1 o'clock. Oh, well, it's 1 o'clock mountain time. May not be your time. Oh, golly. This is, you know what, and I'm just going to move on because it is what it is. But I have done some things here that from a design perspective are not ideal. I'm putting this one right here because as I was going to put it right there in that white space, I just ended up creating a bunch more white space. I mean, trapped white space. And this is what I mean when I say trapped white space. This right here is trapped white space, see? And it could be blue or green or whatever, but it's just that big space right there that is like trapped. So if I were to put that in the center, then it would just kind of amplify it. I need to come up with something else to go in there. And it's just part of the process, right? It's part of the process. But if you ever look at something and you're like, gosh, something doesn't look right there. Why does that look off? Why does it look off balance? Or why does it just look off? Sometimes that's what it is. You've created trapped white space. So we're gonna try to fix that by filling in that white space. Maybe put a little heart there. Yeah, now I've created another issue for myself. But it is what it is. This is my other issue. Now I have 3 hearts, 1, 2, 3, and like this diagonal. So I'll do one last thing. I need to put something down here to kind of break that up. What I'll end up doing is by creating something right here, something maybe like right here, I will have created a visual triangle. So right now that to me just stands out like a sore thumb because it's just they're all in a line. But if I put one more thing over here, that will kind of draw my eye to this triangle and I'll have something there. We'll just do, how about this little orange flower? Those are just things that I notice. And if I feel like I need to talk about them because if I keep adding things, you're like, what the heck? Why is she doing that? Why does she keep adding things? That's why. But that's the kind of thing. If it doesn't bother you, you should not be. I was going to say you don't do art for someone else. You should be doing art for yourself. So if you like the way things look when you create them, then that's all that you need because that's what you've set out to do, right? Unless you are like an artist for hire, then what you're doing is for you, right? You have to like it. No one else has to like it. So I was going to put that little thing up there. Do I like that there? Let's see. Let me put these back. Let's get these put. Actually, I'm going to leave those out for a minute because I may end up using one of those butterflies. It's a little bit smaller than one of those guys. All right. I have enough of a start here. Okay. I have enough of a start. I think I'm ready to come over here and now do my stamping. We'll come back to this guy too in a minute. I need to, before I can stamp, I kind of have to, at least for me, get this part done because now I know what colors I'm working with. I kind of have an idea the colors I'm working with, so I know what direction to head for my stamping. All right, so let me get this stuff. Let's close this. Let's close this and get some of these things. Oh boy, I've got stuff everywhere, don't I? All right, so I know I want that, and here are the stamps. So grab my swatches. So I have some pink over here, I have some orange over here, I have some mint over here. I know there is not a mint, so mint cannot be part of my stamping color selection. I think I might do, I'm going to do 3 colors. I'm going to do a yellow, an orange, and a pink. So let's look for those colors and see what I have that would be close. So my yellow, there's my orange, spiced marmalade. I think it's spiced marmalade. Okay, spiced marmalade for orange. Yellow, oopsie, there we go. Yellow, maybe fossilized amber. And then my pink is going to be, let me get those out. Fossilized amber, spiced marmalade, and a pink. Donna, thank you, Donna. Donna said, I love how you discuss your design thinking. It helps me be a better designer on my pages too. Thank you. I thank you that you appreciate that. For me, I guess, I mean, a lot of times I'll pick things up and move them and, you know, this and that. And I think that I should explain what I'm doing because otherwise you'd be like, wait a minute, why didn't you leave that there? What was wrong with that? Was there something wrong with that? So if I explain my thought process, at least you know what I'm doing, right? At least you're not like, what the heck? Why didn't she like that? Or why did she put that there? Or how come she, you know, put that off to the side? Or, all right, so there are my 3 colors. There are a couple of different ways, directions I can head with this stamp set. So I'm going to go back and look at, this is the project kit. This is the 2024 Year in Review project kit, where I used this stamp set. So I have a number of different ways. So I'm just going to look at these 3 colors and decide how I might want to do this if I want to do 3 colors. So I have that block and I have that solid piece behind it. So I could do something like that. If I do that, I could do that in 2 colors, right? I could do that in the outline one color, black, the other color. So it'd be more like that, right? Where I do the solid in one color and then that would only be a 2 color though. So I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, looking to see. That's the same as kind of our first one. That's 3 different colors. I don't know. I'm not quite sure how I want to do it. I think I am going to do, there's one where there's no color behind it, just orange and black and white. I think, I don't know, I feel like I need to get black in there because I have this over here. So what if we do the outline in black? I think we're going to end up doing the outline in black and doing the solid color and then stamping in black too. And then I'll pull in the 2 other colors in the little spring mini icons that I kind of do throughout here. So with that said, orange will be, I think, too much. I think that's a lot of orange. Yellow I could do, but I think the yellow and the black together might be kind of somber. So I think I'll do Kitsch Flamingo. So that will be the background. I'll stamp the black and then we'll go from there. All right. So there's lots of different options with that stamp set in terms of kind of building upon each other. All right, so I need stamping block that's long enough to fit that. And then I also am going to pull out something that's smaller, that is less wide for my, oh, actually really, really small for my month, because that's April. Okay, those two should work for me. And I need my black. All right, oh, I need one more tool. Okay, so now we're ready to stamp. There is a tool that for me is super important that I use at this step in the game. Really quick, Melissa, do you separate distress and oxide sample cards? Melissa, theoretically I would, but I only use distress. I only use oxide. I use distress oxide. I prefer, for me, for what I do for stamping, I prefer distress oxide over distress ink. I don't use it for mixed media. I don't do any kind of blending. I don't put any kind of water with it or other medium. I don't ever layer it on top of each other or blend it. So for me, for stamping, I prefer a distress oxide. I would actually, I think I have one brown in here, maybe that, did I do that? If you have both colors, a distress and an oxide, I would probably have two different swatches because they look different. They look a little bit different. Even like a ground espresso is not a good one to use because it's really dark. Let's say spun sugar. They have different properties, and so for me, the reason why I like to use an oxide, to me it gives you a really good like juicy stamp, like it's really nice and solid, whereas a regular distress ink looks a little bit different. So I only use one, so I don't separate them. That's a question I'll throw out in the chat. Do you use, if you use both a distress oxide and a distress ink, a pigment versus a dye-based ink, do you swatch both separately? Curious, that's a great question. Okay. The tool. So on this last list that we did, I worked on the whole list off the page, right? Where did it go? I worked on the whole list off the page. Oh, it's over here. I worked on the whole list off the page. I created it off the page and then I came in and adhered it, right? Because once I get kind of past the halfway point in an insert, I find that it's easier to do it that way because one side starts to get really bulky, and I can do that if I am not working directly on the insert itself. In this case, this page, I'm working directly on the insert itself, which means I'm going to be stamping directly on the insert itself. Now, there's been a lot of stuff that has happened, right? Lots of stuff that has happened in here. That is where a tool, this is called a pencil board. That's where the pencil board comes into play. When I am stamping directly on the insert page, I will put a pencil board in, basically a flat surface, behind the page that I'm stamping on. So now I have a flat surface to stamp on. So pencil board, that's something that's one of my products that I sell on my website, but you can even make something like this. You need something that's hard and a little bit thicker to basically eliminate any kind of lumpy bumpy that you might otherwise get when you're stamping from anything that's over here, all right? So pencil board. There was something else I was gonna say. Oh yes, before I start stamping, there's something that's really important. I should always, before I start stamping on this page, look to see what I did on this page. The reason for that is if I had been working directly on the insert, so if I'd been working directly on the insert, let's see if I can find one of these here. You don't often see that for me on the right page. Okay, let's say I'm here. Let's say this is this, and I was going to stamp here. I always want to check to see what I did before, because if here I had worked directly on the page and then I stamped here, it could bleed through cause shadowing or ghosting, and then it would affect how this list looked. So in this case, I'm okay because I built my list on top of pattern paper and stuck it down. But that's something you always want to check when you are getting ready to stamp on a page. What happened before me, and am I about ready to ruin what I did before me by doing what I'm about to do here? Hopefully that made sense. Okay, so I want to do this guy. And I want to do this guy. I am going to stamp the solid first, and then I'm going to stamp the outline on top of it, all right? And that's just personal preference for me. The reason I want to do that is if I do it reverse and I stamp that in black and then put that over it in the pink is going to dull the black, okay? So I'm going to start with this guy first. All right, I've used this before, so I've used yellow on it before. That's why it's looking yellow. My stamps are photopolymer stamps. They're made in the US, so very good quality. They don't yellow. Just the reason that looks super yellow is because I have stamped yellow on it and probably didn't clean it well enough. All right, so I'm taking my little scratch pad here, and I want to ink this up. Get that all inked up well. And then I want to test it first. I always, always, always test first. Make sure I like the color. Make sure I don't have a piece of lint or something in my stamp. Make sure it's good. So that is good. Now, sometimes what I will do is if I'm not quite sure, I'm like, maybe I want to put orange on top. Do I want to put black on top? Do I want to put orange on top? If I've test stamped it, that will, I don't want to do that. If I've test stamped it, that gives me a place then to kind of play to see what I want to do, right? We need to get another stamping block. So let me move this here, move this over here. All right, let's get black on this guy. And stamp right on top of there. Okay. So that will go up there. And, okay. I'm going to try one more thing. All right. Because that black is pretty stark. All right. So I'm going to come in. I'm going to clean that off, right? We got to get the black off before we can use another color. And I want to dry that off because I use Distress Oxide inks. Distress Oxide inks are water reactive. So if I don't dry that off before I put a new ink color on, it's going to totally mess with my ink color. I'm going to try something here. I'm going to go to a darker orange. I'm going to see what this looks like. Red, orange. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's still spiced marmalade. I don't know. Let's see what happens. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen here. So we're going to re-ink this and see what it looks like with something that is not so stark as that second step. That's an example of why it's a good idea to test stamp before. So see that little weird blip? That blip is there because somehow I got like a little piece of lint or something on there. And so it prevented ink from sticking in that spot. I mean, it's not a huge deal, right? But, all right, so let's go back in. When I dry it off, I'm just using I am using a microfiber cloth just to not get like lint and fur and things like that on my stamp. All right, so now let's try the orange and see what that looks like. We'll either like it or we'll be like, don't really like it, but glad we gave it a shot to see what it would look like. What may end up happening is if I decide I want to do this, I might have to go with something lighter. I might have to go with a lighter pink. All right, so I wasn't paying too much attention there to how I did that. So do you see on the black how the black basically frames that, and I really don't have any color there. There looks a little odd because I did go over a little bit. I was not paying enough attention to what I was doing, so I don't like the way that looks. So I think I'm gonna go back with the black, and then I'll just add a whole bunch of color up there once we get our stamping done. But you don't know until you try, right? You never know until you try. Hi, Laura, nice to see you. Oh, what about a gray, Deborah? That's a great idea. Let's look. That could be a great idea. Let's take a look at hickory smoke. Let's see. Weathered wood, I don't know, hickory smoke. I think what's going to happen with the hickory smoke, I think it's just two. I think we'll kind of have the same problem that we will with the orange. I think it's just going to be two. All right, I know how to fix this. This is what we're going to do. We are going to try with spun sugar. So we're going to go with the lighter pink. Let's see what happens. And that's part of what we do here on our little Saturdays. We play, right? We try different things out and play and see what happens. And if you don't play, then how do you ever know, right? How do you know if you have the best option, right? Now, if you only have one ink or two inks, then that's your best option, right? But when you have some different colors or different things to work with, you can just play around a little bit. Now, another way that I could tone that black down a little bit, if I decided I wanted to go black, would be to stamp the black first and then stamp the pink on top of it. And then that pink will kind of, tone it down. But I don't know that I'll like that look. All right, lighter pink, right? That may be the answer. In fact, I think that's going to be the answer regardless. I think Kitsch Flamingo is out. Sorry, Kitsch Flamingo, you are out. Let's try hickory smoke and see what that looks like. Okay. Let's see what we get. Yeah, I think, let's see, did Angie said Lost Shadow, and I think that may end up being a little bit too light. Lost Shadow, I think is really fun when you've got a stamp that has a little bit more surface area to kind of do as a shadow effect. So maybe if I had this frog and it was a stamp, I would stamp the frog first in Lost Shadow, and then I would stamp it again in a darker color, but offset it a little bit so that the Lost Shadow version of the stamp kind of looked like a shadow. All right, let's try this guy and see what we get. Hickory smoke. Now, if I pay a little bit more attention here too to what I'm doing. Aha. All right, so it's a little bit offset still, but you know what? I think that's the way to go. Deborah Crater, yay! I think that's the way to go. I like it. I think the big difference too is pulling in that lighter pink. I think the Kitsch Flamingo was just a little bit too dark. All right, so now we've got a plan. We have our plan. Let's take, let's take this guy. Let me just clean him off really fast, even though part of it. All right, if you are changing colors, remember that most important part there, well, two most important parts. First, clean it off, right? That's super important. Clean it off and then dry it. If you're using a pigment-based ink, Distress Oxide pigment-based ink, water reactive. So if you don't dry and it's still a little bit damp, then when you put that new color on it, that new color is going to react with the water and change. Maybe not bad thing, but if that's not what you're expecting, you might not like that. Thank you, Karen. That's a great reminder. If you are here and you haven't clicked the like button yet, please click the like button. And please do that for any person that you're watching anytime, whether it is in Instagram or Facebook or Pinterest or wherever you are, YouTube. If you're mindlessly scrolling, take another 1/100th of a second and hit the like button or the thumbs up or what have you. That is super helpful for people, right? Including me. All right, so I should have grabbed this first. This will go, I'm just gonna pull this whole thing out. This will go right here. I have my pencil board. Pencil board, super important, just gave me a flat surface. I think we'll do this guy right here. Okay. Nice even pressure. Okay. So there's a reason why that happened. I thought this was probably going to happen. Even though I added my pencil board here, so it gave me a flat surface here. Do you see right here where I have that space where there's no ink? It's because here it's raised because of the sticker and then it goes flat. So my stamp was raised here and then it's flat, and because of that little difference in height, I didn't get any application there. So there's a couple things I could do. I could try to do this and get the ink on there. Let's just see what happens. I could try, see if I can get that ink down. Little bit, right? It fixed it a little bit. Angie, is Hickory Smoke the latest oxide? I don't think I have it, but now I need it. It is not. Lost Shadow is, no, Lost Shadow is not the newest one either. Lost Shadow is the second to newest one. Scorched Timber is the newest and the last. But yeah, Hickory Smoke's a good one, I think. Okay, so I still have that issue. So what can I do? This is a learning opportunity, friends. What can I do? I can try one of two things. I have a little teeny tiny paintbrush. Little teeny tiny paintbrush, okay? Or I have a Q-tip. So I could use either one of these things. I'm just bent off half of the Q-tip because I can still use the other half. Let's go to our spun sugar. I'm gonna show this over here first. So I can take my Q-tip and rub it on my ink pad, pick up a little bit of ink and kind of paint that in, okay? Paint that into the space that's missing the ink. Or I can take little paintbrush, no water, okay, and just pick up some ink on that paintbrush and then try to paint that in. Okay, so, something that's really important is that when you've done that the last time, you need to make sure that you take off the color that was on there last time, which I can tell here. You guys probably can't see that, but it was yellow. So I did not clean that off last time. Oh, see it? There's my yellow. Super important that you clean whatever ink color you had on there before. Now, one thing I really probably just need to, might have to grab another paintbrush because I really need to put this in water. This paintbrush is super fine. Do you see how fine that is? This is not where you want to go to the dollar store and buy 100 paintbrushes for $1, right? The little kid paintbrushes, because you're not going to be able to get enough control, right? I don't want to paint a huge swath of pink on there. Let's see if that did it. I just need to be able to fill that little space in a little bit, right? So let's look, see if that, oh. Okay. Now let's see. There we go. So you can see right there that big space. Yeah. In this case, my paintbrush is not big enough. So we're going to abandon that and we're going to go back to this little guy since I have a little bit more space here. And I don't want to be heavy-handed with this, okay? So I'm just going to kind of, I can always add a little bit more, but I can't necessarily take away. So do you see how that's starting to disappear? Depending on the area that you're trying to fill in, you'll know whether you need like a little tiny paintbrush or a Q-tip. Sometimes I'll use a little tiny paintbrush if I am using, if it's like maybe an alpha stamp or something and I just need to get into a little area. But look at that. Okay, No one would ever know that I did that except for you guys because you saw me do it, right? So all is not lost, right? All is not lost. If you mess up or something, I didn't mess up there. It messed up. I didn't do it. It did it. If something turns out the way you don't want it, there's a lot of ways to fix it. That's a way. Another way is that I could take a piece of white cardstock, stamp on top of my cardstock, and just put it right over the top of that, and we'd never know, okay? Life's too short to start over. Life's too short to get upset about, oh my gosh. Life's too short to get upset here I need to take my own advice. Life's too short to get upset about a mistake. Speaking of mistake, thank you, Terry. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We've got about a half an hour. We should be able to, well, we'll see. We should be able to finish this. Speaking of mistake, I made a good sized one yesterday. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not bad, but I have a very type A personality, and I'm just going to be talking while I'm doing this. I have extremely type A personality. When I send out my emails, I write them and make sure everything makes sense and reword them and make sure all the graphics look good, and I test them. I send to myself probably 5 or 6 times. I test all the links. I make sure everything works because that's important to me. You know, you guys don't have all the time in the world. Nobody wants to get an email where a link doesn't work or something's broken, right? All right, let's see. Okay, so yesterday, go through all that for the big sale. It's International Scrapbook Day. It's time to shop. Here you go. Here's the links to the new stamps. Here's this, here's that. Well, I did my regular process where I test, right? The only thing I did was I was testing in it, long story short, in a weird draft mode. I was testing in a draft mode. So some of the links on the email that went out, you could click on them and they'd let you add things to cart. But when you went to check out, it told you it was in a preview mode and you couldn't check out. Oh, I was so mad. I was so mad at myself. And then I just said, well, what do you do? And then Nick said, he was funny. He was working from home yesterday. He said, well, it could be worse. And I'm like, well, yeah, I suppose. He goes, it could be worse because if I did it, meaning he did it, you would have been really mad. Which, right? Funny. And then promptly after that, we were eating lunch and I had a salad. And Reggie the cat sat on the chair and put his paw onto the bowl. And my entire bowl of salad on the floor and spilled everywhere. So that was like a 1-2 punch. I'm like, oh my goodness, what the heck? Like, seriously? I was not very happy. But anyhow, life's too short to do it over, right? Okay, so there we go. Yes, I like that so much better, Deborah. I love it, love it, love it. Thank you. Am I going to have the same issue with the outline? So yes and no. I'm going to do my outline like I normally do with my Sharpie because I'll also write my list in a black pen. So I'll have black. I'll have black. Is that what you meant, like that? Cindy, do I sell those paintbrushes? Cindy, I do not. But if you, I'm trying to remember. Probably because most days I don't leave the house. I probably got them on Amazon, and it's a set of a whole bunch of them. So shoot me an email and I'll send you a link. Okay, there we go. All right, so now what I need to do is I need to do my little date or whatever in here. So it was April, right? Last month was April. So I think we can probably just continue with the gray. Now we can try something out. Here's my April stamp. I can try black. And I can try black over here to see if I will like it, right? So I'm going to try black in part of it. Ooh, we already know the answer to that one, I think, right? I think it's too much. We think that's too much. So let's look and see if what happens if we put the hickory smoke in there. Let's see what happens if we put hickory smoke in there. Oh, dry it off. Dry it off. Oh, yes, thank you, Wanda. More prizes. Holy cow, I still have 4 prizes to give. Okay, we're going to do 2 more in just a couple of minutes. So you know how it works. Chat it up in the chat. Okay, chat it up in the chat. And in a few minutes, I will scroll, and wherever my finger stops, that will be one winner, and I'll do it again. That will be the second winner. Whoopsie. Yeah, it's gonna work, but it's definitely toned down a little bit because it's on the pink. So because it is an oxide, it's a pigment-based ink, it will interact a little bit with what is below it because it is wet. If I did this with a regular distress ink, or if I did it with a dye-based ink, it would not react to it because of the property of the ink. All right. I may not like this a lot, but it is going to be what it is. Oh, and you know what? Oh, it's not bad. It's not bad. April. Okay. April. We need lots more going on here, right? All right, so April, I wonder now that I did this, what if, look at these little, are my little spring mini icons. What if I did, all right, I don't want to stamp in there because I feel like I need a lot more color. We need to add more color to the party, all right? Anna, I do have a favorites list on Amazon. I've not updated it in a while. So really I need to go back in and add things like paintbrushes and things like that. You can access that favorites list of mine. If you go to laylebymail.com, there's a link up at the top that says favorites. And you'll see it on there. Okay, so lots and lots of things happening in the chat. Let's stop right at Just a Girl in Her Paper, Lindsay H. Just a Girl in Her Paper, Lindsay H. You are one of the lucky winners. That is going here. Just a Girl and Her Papers, Lindsay H. Congratulations, Just a Girl in Her Papers, Lindsay H. Your prize is this. The Simple Stories Acorn Lane Collector's Essential Kit. It has 12 sheets of 12 by 12 pattern paper, a 12 by 12 cardstock sticker sheet, some page pieces, chipboard, and journal bits. So there's a ton of stuff in there. So Lindsay, send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com, please. With your with that, just put Acorn Lane prize in the subject line along with your mailing address, and we'll get that shipped out to you in the next couple of weeks. Congratulations! That, you guys, I brought in a couple different styles of the Simple Stories Collector's Essential Kits just for the sale, just for National Scrapbook Day. So you'll see those on the website. The Acorn Lane is one, What's Cooking is one, and Fabulous Halloween Collection is one also. But it's kind of fun because it's got all those things in it. So that was the first winner. Second winner is Dawn Milbratz. Dawn Milbratz. Dawn. Dawn, you win a stamp sleeve variety pack. So email laylebymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put stamp sleeve variety pack, and you will receive a variety pack of 8 stamp sleeves. That's how I store my stamps. So that is an example of one. That is a 6x8 stamp sleeve. So stamp sleeves, 2 3x4s, 2 4x6, 2 5x7, and 2 6x8s. So congratulations, Dawn and Lindsay. And don't be sad, 2 more prizes before we're done with the morning session. Okay, friends, 2 more prizes. Okay, yeah, the stamp sleeves are awesome. Awesome. They also come in there, you know, just all 3x4s or all 4x6s or all 5x7s or all 6x8s. And that's also how I store my little dies too. Like this guy, when we were looking at the typewriter die earlier this morning. Goes in that as well. Okay. Let's keep going. All right, I said I wanted a little bit more color there. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and grab, ouch, let's put those away. Let's look at our stickers. Whoopsie, that's not a sticker. Oh, this needs to go back. All right, sticker. Here we go. I feel like I would like maybe a little butterfly here. But I can't forget the frog because my little frog needs to be in here somewhere. Maybe right there. Maybe he's looking at Nick. No, that's weird. We'll put him right there. Okay. So a little butterfly. Actually, let's look at the back and see if there are butterflies. Yes, on that sheet. So here we go. Okay, little butterfly. I think maybe this guy, I like that he has a little bit of yellow in him. So let's do this. And let's put that right there. Okay, it's going, it's there. So now what I want to do, I'm going to do one more thing. I'm going to stamp with the, here, there are number stamps as part of this stamp set. They're both in my handwriting. So the months are in my handwriting. Oh, not 04, 24. So we need the 2 and we need the 4. And now I need little tiny, oh, actually I think that will work with the stylus. Yep. All right, so I just put that 2 on the end of my stylus, and we can come back in here and test it again, right? We've still got this little place for us to test the things to make sure we'll like it. Didn't quite stamp that straight. There we go. I think that will work. Let me get this back out again. Put this under here. Probably should just add my stinking frog because he's going to keep, I'm going to end up forgetting him because he keeps getting moved. All right, here's my 2. And then let's get the 4. Put it back though, because if we don't put it back, then we lose it. Some of these little guys, you got to literally put back right away, because if you don't, then you run the risk of losing it, right? Okay. It's April 24. Now, we've got some little extra space there, but that's all right. It is what it is. It's a little off balance. It's a little off balance. Maybe we find a little flower to go there. Why don't we do that? Let's find a little flower. Flowers and hearts are good fillers. Flowers and hearts are good fillers. Now, in this stamp set, I have a little flower, but I don't want more gray there. I feel like we just need a little bit more color. So let's look for a little tiny flower. Oh, maybe. Okay. Oh, what about one of these little guys? Let's look. Is this weird? It is kind of weird, but I don't care. I'm going with it. I'm going with it. All right. So now we are going to be, my little frog is, so placement of the frog. I won't put the frog here because then I've got this weird vertical line going, and if I put it there, again, I have this stacked on top of each other. I won't put it here because I have all this going right across, so it's very bottom heavy. So I had originally said I might put him here, but here to me is a little odd because it's right next to, there's like this weird horizontal thing, right? Because it's right next to us. So if I move it up just a tad, that's a little bit better placement in my book. Now, I will need to come up with something else down here because now I have that weird diagonal thing going, and I need to make sure I kind of have this visual triangle going over here. So we need something to go there. Let's just find our little something there before we continue. Oh, look at, how about this cute little guy? This little snail is cute. What if we put snail here? There. So kind of have visual triangle. Now, what I don't love about that is, thank you, dear. I don't love, let me see if I can get that off. What I don't love about that is the green. So that's a lot of green, and then the little pink part of him kind of gets lost. So let's find one more thing that will go there. One more thing. One more thing. There's a chicken. That would be a little odd. Okay, what about this? What if we go tall and skinny with this flower? I think that will work. We're going to go tall and skinny with the flower. Like that. Now, it does still have green, but that's all right. A little bit more color, and maybe that little guy was too small over there. All right, so I think we are good to go. One more thing. Did I want to add one of those little stickers? There were all of these little stickers. Originally, we were thinking that one, the remember this. What does that look like up there? You know what? I don't think it needs it. I think that just now all of a sudden adds a whole other layer of too many things going on. So I think we're just going to leave that plain. All right, now we're ready to make our list. We're just going to go ahead and add this guy so he doesn't get lost. Do you use photo app on your phone when taking photos? When I'm taking photos. Colleen, when I'm taking photos, what do you mean? I'm not quite sure I understand that. I'm not quite sure I understand what you're asking, Colleen. All right, there we go. Now, I think I would like to do I'm just going to play a little bit. You know what may end up happening, friends? I may not even get to my list. I may not get to my list because I'm just playing. I keep adding things, huh? When I say list, I mean I am working on the list. It's just I might not get to the words part of it. All right, so this little thing was cute. This little stamp that says Hello Spring. It's part of It is part of the Mini Icons Spring Stamp Set. What I thought might be cute here is kind of have that little white space. So what if Hello Spring goes right in there? Let's see. Oh, cute. Look at Hello Spring. Hello Spring. But it's kind of subtle there. And then it also filled in that little trapped white space that I created. We've talked about, I've done a very good job of creating trapped white space today, haven't I? All right. Let's keep going. I am going to add, do we want to add any of these little guys? Let's keep that there for a second. And I need to go back to, sorry, my back is to you. I need to go back to my bullet stamp sets. So with the bullet stamp sets, what do we want to use for, I think we could use this little flower. So this is coming from Bullets and More 3. Just that little flower there. Let's go here. And I think it seems to me like orange would be too in your face, all right? Because we really don't have any orange over here. Orange, I think, would be too much. I think orange would be a little bit too much. So I am going to go with the fossilized amber. And that is what I will use to separate the things on my list. So let's start right there. All right, what's on my list? What is on my list? I've got so much stuff in here, it's just a giant mess. All right, so in April, I taught in Spokane at the 3 Craft Chicks somewhere over the Rainbow Retreat. All right, so there we go. And then it just becomes a run-on list. And then I add what the next thing I did, what the next thing I did, what the next thing I did. Do I use a separate app on my phone for take, or do you point and shoot? I point and shoot. I point and shoot on my phone and then do a little bit of editing after the fact sometimes. So, and I just use the camera app on my phone to do like a brightening, contrast, sharpen, but yeah, just point and shoot. Okay. All right. I'd be interested to know what app your friend uses. Very interested to know. All right, next thing. Oh yes, so dentist. Another dentist appointment. With a referral to an endodontist. Wah wah. I'm gonna need a root canal. I already know it. Oh, yes, I introduced digital stamps. With my past physical stamps. Launched those in April. So this is the idea. It's basically just the facts. I'm just writing down whatever, right? I'm writing down whatever. Thank you, Rose Oak one. Water break. I'm writing down whatever happened in my life during the month. Maybe we watched something on TV. Maybe I bought flowers. Maybe I worked in the yard. It's just a dump of whatever happened. At least that's how I do it. I released 4 new project kits. Live life in color. Take a trip. The May, June TN kit, and let's get away. All right, I can't. Let me just do a couple more, and then we had dinner at Sherry and Scott's. Remember, if you were here with me from the beginning, and I was talking about listing in the very beginning in my list book that I did back in 2005 or 9 or whatever that was, 2009, I think. And I showed you that list of when Nick and his friend Scott took us on that trip. Anyhow, that's Scott and Sherry. Sherry and I were sorority sisters. Scott and Nick were fraternity brothers. They introduced us. They were both in our wedding, and they're still very, very, very dear friends of ours that we get together with frequently. Let's see. I traveled with Nick on his business trip to Orlando. All right, I am going to stop here so we can wrap up this session. And Deborah, I'm so glad you said that. Deborah, I really, really, really like the gray. I really like hickory smoke with that so much. So thank you for that suggestion. That makes me happy. All right, so I will finish this not during the hour break. I will finish this probably tomorrow. But you get the gist of how About Last Month works, okay? You kind of get the gist of how that works. Photos, and then just like a brain dump, a run-on list of what took place. So while I pick up a few of these things, let's talk about the rest of the plan. I will also tell you, I have how many more? 2 more prizes to give away in this morning's session, friends. So you know the drill. I will do that in the chat in just a few minutes, so right before we leave. So our plan for this afternoon, we will now take an hour break, okay? We will take an hour break to go do what you need to do. I need to clean up, get reset. I need to go to the restroom. I need to eat and then breathe for a minute. And I will be back here at 2 p.m. Pacific time, okay? 2 p.m. Pacific time. There is an entirely separate link for the afternoon session, okay? Because we're breaking in the middle, we have to have 2 different links. You will find the link to the second session in the description box of the video below. It tells you, here's the link to the second session. Or you can just click on my YouTube, however you get there from where you are, and you'll see part 2. Part 2, we will do another 4 hours. We will talk about the schedule. We'll talk about prizes and how all that works again. And then we have on our list of lists, we have 4 lists to do. In the afternoon session. So a couple will go pretty quickly. This one always takes a long time, about last month does, just because there's a lot going on and we play and stamp and we talk about the whole process of about last month. So that is the plan for the afternoon session. Okay? Sound good? Now, the morning session, the one we're in right now, I have done 6 of 8 live prizes, and I'm doing those in the chat. Don't forget, there are also after party prizes for this morning session. What that means is, as soon as you come back for the second session, come back just a minute early and go into the comments on this first session, not the chats, but the comments. Leave a comment. Tell me, did you have an aha moment today in the morning session? Were you crafting what you were doing? Just say hi, whatever it is, leave a comment. Because there are also 6. There are 6 prizes in the after party for this video, okay? So loads of prizes today. All right, let me scroll up, and the first prize winner goes to Stacy DeGiacomo. Stacy, congratulations. Stacy DeGiacomo wins a big bundle from the Little Things. This is like it all. The 12x12 pattern paper pack, the 12x12 sticker sheet, chipboard stickers, foam stickers, chipboard frames, washi, journal bits, stencil, decorative brads, all the journals, enamel dots, sticker book, paper pad. This is a giant bundle from the Little Things collection. So that, Stacy, congratulations. Stacy wins that. Stacy, send an email to laylebymail@gmail.com. Please put in the subject line Little Things Bundle winner, and put your mailing address in the body of the email, and we will get that shipped out to you in a couple weeks. Unless, if you placed an order, then we'll just throw that in with your order. You guys, there are some big bundles in the sale too. And if you're like, sale, what sale? There's a big sale going on at laylebymail.com for National Scrapbook Day. So that is one of the products. I think that is half off retail. So that's really good, good value. Okay, last prize for this morning is, hang on, going to Frances Chong. Frances wins her choice of one of the brand new Layle by Mail May stamps, okay? There's 6 of them. So Frances, congratulations, you win one of those stamps. Shoot me an email, laylebymail@gmail.com. Please put May stamp winner in the subject line of that email, and in the body of the email, tell me which of the 6 new stamps that you would like. And as soon as they arrive and are in stock, we will get that sent out to you. Congratulations, friends. Okay, 8 prizes we did this morning live. And then don't forget, post-party prizes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So leave a comment on the video when it's over. Very last thing. Oh my gosh, I've got 2 minutes. Look at, I won't say very last thing. I shouldn't say, because then I always think of one more thing. If you are crafting today, go to Facebook and go to the Layle by Mail Facebook group. If you're not in the Facebook group, then say I want to be in the Facebook group, whatever button you have to click, and then I will let you in. Post whatever you're working on today, because Monday morning I will go into all of the posts. So people post what they're working on today, a photo. I will draw one random lucky winner to win the entire May stamp release. So all 6 stamp sets. Okay, so I want to see what you're working on. We want to see what you're working on. Lori Napster said sale, question marks, question mark, question mark. Lori, go to laylebymail.com. You'll see a big banner at the front that has balloons on it. There's a button that says shop now. Click that button and it will take you to everything that's on sale for International Scrapbook Day. You won't see the new stamps there, but then from there you can, move around the website and see what else is there to have. Yes, Gina said enjoy lunch. So friends, during our break, please get some nourishment. Please get some liquid beverage. Oh, another thing I will tell you, we always have to do a little celebration in the afternoon session because we're celebrating International Scrapbook Day. We're celebrating this hobby of memory keeping that we love so much. So around, let's see, how about 5 o'clock Pacific time? I need to add that to my little schedule here. 5 o'clock Pacific time this afternoon, we are going to do a toast. And we'll just do like a little cheers to celebrate. So whatever beverage of choice you'd like to have at that time, adult beverage, non-adult beverage, tea, coffee, water, whatever it is, I will have an adult beverage. Maybe a Paloma, because tomorrow is Cinco de Mayo. So maybe you want to have a margarita or a Paloma, or you want to have some lemonade, whatever it is. Mint julep, yes, that could work totally, right? Cindy, can I post the magnet pages? Yes, I will post those in the description box. That I can do during the break. I will post the magnet pages, the link to the magnet sheets in the, I'll post it in the description box. I will also post it in the Facebook group, and I will also add it to my favorites on Amazon. Okay? All right, friends. Oh, 1 minute overtime now. 1 minute overtime to Pop-Tarts. Lori, Pop-Tarts sounds like an amazing nourishment. I love Pop-Tarts. They don't even have to be in the they don't have to be in the toaster. They're good just raw, right? They're good raw. Okay, friends. I am going to run away. I'm going to not run away. I'm going to end our first session. Thank you so much for joining me. So much fun. I hope you guys are having fun. And I hope you can join me for the second half of the day. So I will see you in a little bit less than an hour. And that will be at 2 p.m. Pacific time. All right, we'll see you in a bit, guys. Oh, I have to do this part. I'm like, wait, how do I turn that off? Normally, I gotta rotate the camera in order to turn that off. So hang tight. Unplug, rotate, and say goodbye. Bye, and I'll see you guys hopefully this afternoon. Okay, bye.